A very good afternoon to all the participants. Welcome to the day 10, the final day of the Joint Faculty Development Program on AI for Teaching and Learning, jointly organized by the Electronics and ICT Academies at IIT Guwahati, MNIT Jaipur, IIITM Jabalpur, NIT Patna, and IIT Kanpur. So I welcome you all to the last day of the program. So the speaker for today's session is Dr. Mahipal Jadeja, sir, from MNIT Jaipur. He is not connected in the session till now. So once he connects, we will start with the session. Thank you. Dear participants, speaker Dr. Mahipal Jadeja sir will be joining in 2 to 3 minutes. Once he joins, we will start with the session. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Sure.
Okay, so dear participants, sir has already taken a session previously, so we request sir to kindly start. Over to you, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. So, just give me one more minute because I'm also trying to join with one more device. Won't take much time because in between I have to write something. So therefore, let me just connect with. Okay, I hope my screen is visible. I can also verify it. It seems visible. Okay, fine. Thank you. So now the session is mainly based on again how we can utilize power of LLMs as well as AI tools for research. So what I'm going to do now is first we will briefly recall what we have learned, especially in my session so far. And then I will give you some insights about some advanced stuff which we can utilize in order to improve upon our research, right? So I will give you some tips with respect to Chat GPT. Of course, these tips are kind of applicable with for other LLMs also. And then we will see how in research these tips can be kind of utilized or these tricks can be utilized. So that will be the first objective. Then, of course, there were a couple of things which were pending, right? So change is okay. Sorry, let me just see. Is there any query? Sorry, I couldn't read the last message. I'm trying to read it now. Okay, okay. Sorry, sorry. It was related to attendance. Okay, fine. All right. Okay. So now, if we, okay, so I was talking about the outline. So basically, we'll try to connect, right, whatever our understanding with respect to Chat GPT is, right? So if you can recall from my previous session, then we already know about a nice framework called Create. In order to interact with this kind of LLMs, right? So again, we will briefly revisit this. Now, but before revisiting it, what I'm trying to demonstrate over here is what are the other aspects apart from Create framework, which one should take into consideration while interacting with this LLMs? That's the first thing. And then we'll connect all these things with, of course, how we can improve uh, research with the help of all these AI tools, custom GPTs, and LLMs, right? So that's our ultimate objective for the next 4 hours. Okay, fine. And of course, in between a couple of things which were pending, those things also I will try to kind of incorporate.
So you're on mute.
Maybe you have to give me access of host because whenever you are trying to mute everyone else, I am also kind of being. muted, so that's why this happened. But anyways, okay, let's continue. So the idea is what I'm trying to say over here is that whatever we are going to learn, we'll see how those things will be related to teaching, learning, and especially we'll focus more on the research today because the titles are aligned more towards research. But I guess that Dr. Satyendra has already told you a lot of with respect to a lot of AI tools. So I will add a couple of more AI tools, but my focus will be mainly on free LLMs like Chat GPT, Gemini, Notebook LM, right, so on and so forth. How we can utilize their inbuilt power for improving our research, right? So that is also one more aspect which we are going to cover, and of course a couple of things which were pending, especially with respect to Google Sheets. The automation we had tried, but somehow I couldn't demonstrate that in the previous session. So I will try to also kind of demonstrate that part. Okay, fine. So let me start with these two aspects of one can say LLMs. Mainly, whenever we try to talk about kind of increasing our productivity or improving our output, then there are mainly two important parameters. The first one is length, and the second one is creativity levels, right? So what's the idea of length? Many times, let's say what happens, I want to generate a report or abstract, right? Whenever we talk about research papers, right, there are some word limits, right? Usually when we talk about abstract, right, usually we must write it down in 250 to 300 words only, right? If we write more than that, then maybe they won't consider our conference or research paper or review paper, whatever it is, right? So length is important with respect to research, also with respect to teaching aspect. Also, let's say you are generating some notes, and instead of generating it of just one page write up, you are generating it for, let's say, 3 4 pages. Then it's of no use, right? So how to control length, that is important. Length of the responses, because as per our requirement, right, we have to modify it. And the second aspect is creativity, right? So I cannot have same level of creativity for generation of notes versus generation of, let's say, startup ideas, right? For startup ideas, I must have, if I have some kind of scaling mechanism, then for startup idea I must be towards the end of this kind of scale. Whereas for generation of something traditional based on books, right? If something is too formal or maybe fact based, then my creativity level must be kind of on low side, right? So, and for example, if you want to talk about startup ideas or something, some out of the box thinking, then of course the creativity levels must be on higher side, right? So we will see how we can manage these two, right, in today's session. So let me share my screen over here, and let me just briefly recall our discussion with respect to create framework, and then we will continue with this particular aspect of controlling length as well as how we can control. Okay, fine. Screen is selected, so it's fine. I can share my screen. Hopefully, it's visible. I can also verify it on my other device. Okay, fine. It's visible. All right. Fine. Thank you. Okay. Now, let me go over here. Okay, no, this one is the correct one. Yes. Okay, so if we quickly revisit, right, what we have discussed so far, I hope I'm audible. Right, again, someone is okay. So I'm not on mute. Okay, fine. Thanks. Okay, so if you can recall, then we had started with this, right? Blood pressure is this, what to do, right? This is how we usually write in the case of Google search. But the correct approach is you must give context, right? Every time you must assign the role, right? Who is the best person for the given query? So you must mention like this: assume a role of cardiologist for in this particular case, with experience of 25 plus years, and then whatever your query is, and then we are asking for its resolution. And then we had noticed that the just by adding this context, right, the outcome is significantly kind of improved, right? So if you compare the previous response with respect to this response in the second case, then of course the second response is kind of much in depth, as well as it's providing more insights about the underlying situation, right? So that was the first observation, if you can recall. Apart from that, if we talk about the create framework, then also we had talked about one several examples I had taken, if you can recall. But I'm not going to cover all of them. Just to recall what create framework was, I'm just taking this one small example. So the idea of create framework, if you can recall, then the first C stands for character. Like I mentioned, we must give some context. So in this particular case, this is the context. Right? This is what we want from our this personality. We want to be kind of attained by Chat GPT. So the idea is, let's say you are alone at home and you want to prepare a nice dish, nice recipe. So first you are going to give this kind of context, right? Then uh, next part is easy. That is called request. Okay, so request, I guess all of us know, right? Whatever we want, we can just write it down as a part of request. So that is fine. So here we are saying that first ask ingredients, and then we will ask for the detailed response later on. So this is fine, request. Most of the times we ignore this part, but this is also kind of very much important part where we are providing examples, because then the model will learn even better, right? So what are the similar famous chefs from whom you are supposed to take kind of inspiration? So that is also provided over here. And then these are called kind of enhancements, right? So basically, or adjustments, one can say. In this particular case, we are just saying that use metric measurements like grams, milligrams, not something in pounds or some other measurements. So that's what we are saying over here. And one more thing, some extras, like only use ingredients which you need. If we don't mention this, then ChatGPT may assume that all the ingredients are kind of necessary, and then whatever is kind of being prepared, it may not be of use, right? So therefore, it's important to kill all the assumptions by providing explicitly whatever the details are there, and then okay. And then finally, we are asking for the recipe with this following configuration, right? So now, if you can see first, it will ask for all the kind of ingredients which we have, and then the response is there. And as you can see, the response is also following a particular template which we had kind of given it initially, right? So as you can see, we have given this template. This is kind of type of output in the create framework. So type of output is this, and therefore it's following strictly this particular framework with respect to output, right? So and we have seen this in detail, so I'm not going to spend much time over here. This is just to recall that we know how to kind of interact with this LLMs in kind of, one can say, intelligent manner. So that is that. And then I have taken this example of summarization also. This time I have considered a different book. But the idea is why I am taking summarization, because many of the times we need this prompt for our summarization purpose with respect to our research paper also, right? So here, as you can see, this is the kind of C stands for character. This character we have assigned. And then we are just asking for some summarization of this particular book, highlighting all the important concepts and list with not more than bullet points. And also we want summary of the entire book in one sentence. It's a very famous book, and also Bollywood as well as Hollywood movies have been kind of made based upon this particular book. So as you can see, it's giving this one sentence summary and also five important or critical aspects of this particular book, along with, of course, the name of the original characters, right? As you can see over here, right? But the idea is chat GPT, right? So chat stands for interaction. So not necessarily every time whatever is given, like you use it as it is, right? You can have the same outcome, but in some different format. For example, you can ask for table format also. So the same thing will be given in terms of table, because many of the times we need this kind of variation whenever we share material with our students. And then sometimes we also need this kind of stickers. So that is also, one cannot say it's a new feature. It's anyway there, but I'm not sure how many of you are aware of it. So that is there. I hope I'm audible. Any issue? Okay, someone is saying no sound. Okay. Anyways, fine. So sticker is also there. Fine. So you can use stickers as well as emojis. So then you can make this visually appealing depending upon your audience, right? So if it is non-formal setup, then you can use this. And the extras are like this. Ignore everything and start afresh, because you don't need to kind of go back over here and click on the new kind of chat. You can just write like this so that we can ask something else, right? And for this kind of puzzle, right, you can also use one more extra: explain your thinking step by step. This is also kind of very much important, because this will enhance your understanding, right? How LLMs are behaving, right? LLM will explain its thinking, and then you can analyze it in more detail, right? Whether it's making sense or not, right? So you also can use this kind of extras, right? Explain your thinking step by step, so that you can get more insights about the problem, right? For some complicated problems like puzzles, you can, or whenever more thinking is required, right, you can just give this prompt, explain your thinking step by step, so that it can kind of provide more insights. Okay, fine. So all of these things we have already seen, right? So what I request, Miss, if you have other queries related to your quizzes or attendance, you can ask in the break or maybe after the session. For now, please ask only queries related to the session, right? Because I'm also checking chats, and in between it's kind of interrupting me. Okay, fine. Anyways, so now what we are going to do today is we are going to do something different and something interesting. So for example, let me start with something very easy. So let's say I want to improve my productivity, but not with the help of AI. I just want some time management skills, right? So I will just say, give me um, 10 tips, right? I can just say 10 tips for uh, time management. Okay, fine. This is very simple prompt, and this is not the correct way of prompting. Of course, I must give some kind of context before, and then I must ask like the ask my actual query. But I just want to save our time, so therefore I am just giving this directly. But ideally, you should write. You should follow the create framework, which we have just seen. Okay. Anyways, so it has given me this kind of one can say tips, and they are correct. They are not wrong. Okay. All of these are making sense. Prioritize tasks, set clear goals, plan your day, use time blocks, avoid multitasking, right? So on and so forth. 80-20 rule, right? All of us know about it, right? Focus on the 20% of tasks that brings 80% of the result, right? So it's very standard rules. So all of these things are good. Now, what I'm going to do, I will copy, right? I can directly use this particular overlapping, one can say, they look like squares only, right? I should say squares or rectangles, right? So I will use the same query, but this time I will say temperature, right? So I'm including one more parameter, which is called temperature, and I'm setting its value is equal to 2. And let's see what difference we get in our outcome, right? So as you can see, by default, it's assuming the responses are now creative. So that means temperature is corresponding to, one can say, parameter, which will kind of adjust the creativity levels of our outcome, right? So now you will be able to see this, as you can see. Uh, uh, Check the outcome first, right? Theme your day, right? So for example, for every day you have different theme, right? So that's how also one can manage the time. Use micro deadline, right? Tell yourself, I will finish this slide in 17 minutes, not just today, right? So this is very specific, and of course, if someone follows this, then it will be of tremendous help. That is the boring stuff, right? Pay bills, reply to emails, write great papers in one focus burst. Of course, it's personalized to me, therefore, it's giving this kind of example. Travel time with playlist, right? Assign a specific playlist or soundscape to the certain tasks so that brain snaps into mode faster. Say no by default. Okay, treat your calendar like prime real estate, right? So on and so forth. So all these are kind of out of the box kind of tips, one can say. Gamify it, right? So gamification also helps, right? So what kind of reward you will give to yourself if you complete a particular task in the within the deadline, right? So you can see it's quite interesting because it's quite creative. Now let me give one more variation. This time instead of 2, I'm going to give 1.2, and let's see the response. So as you can see, 1.2 is something mixed, right? Slightly creative, but more kind of traditional, right? So it will be kind of balanced steps it will provide me, right? So that means there's a lot of possibilities with respect to same prompt. You can generate different variations of the outcome, and depending upon your requirement, you can pick the relevant outcome, right? So that means you are not just prompting once, but you can use that particular prompt multiple times and then fine tune it with respect to this particular parameter, temperature, and decide which particular variation is works well with respect to your particular task, right? So as you can see, now something in between will come. Follow the 2-minute rule. This is something in between. This was not mentioned in the first or second response, right? And as you can see, batch similar tasks, limit distraction, set realistic deadlines, prioritize energy, not just time, right? So on and so forth. So, of course, I'm going to talk about it formally also. This was just for your demonstration. So, as you can see, this is I have prepared this guide, so you can just see this what all things you have to kind of taken into take what all things you have to consider while using this temperature parameter. So as you can see, if you want more focused, deterministic or fact based responses, then you should go for very low value of temperature, right? Like 0 to 0.3. All the responses will be more focused, deterministic, and fact based, right? So if you want something fake instead of fact, then of course you have to go for high temperature, right? But high temperature doesn't mean that everything will be kind of fake. It will be more kind of, one can say, of creative nature, creative, unpredictable, and diverse response, right? So it will try to kind of capture insights from multiple domains whenever you put high value of temperature. This is just like UMATA. In UMATA also we have three different modes, if you can remember, right? There was balance mode, which is kind of related to medium temperature, one can say. Creative mode, that is corresponding to high temperature. And our first mode is nothing but, in this particular case, it's deterministic mode or low temperature mode, right? So whenever you want, so I've also given examples so that you can relate very easily, right, on for which type of task you have to use which parameter setup, which temperature parameter setup. So as you can see, balanced response, you can just say write professional email for this kind of task. You can have this kind of flexibility, right, over here for email writing, right? It must be formal, but you can add some kind of friendly tone to it or some creative tone to it, right? So therefore something in between may work. But whenever you want some kind of highest level of creativity, let's say you want to generate, let's say, poem, then it makes sense to use very high value of temperature. Or maybe you are generating a story for yourself or maybe for your kid, right? So then you are like invent a new superhero with unique powers. So then of course temperature value must be on higher side, right? So then it makes sense. And some practical examples, as you can see, of course, for fact based things, yeah, either you can just ignore this particular parameter for fact based thing, because by default value will be of course 0. Like for example, explain quantum mechanics, so we can just say it and then it will respond properly. As you can see, what is the capital of France? This is fact based, so either low temperature or zero temperature will work. But I want to know Paris in some alternate reality. So then it's imagination. So of course, the temperature value must be on higher side, right? So as you can see, these are some examples which I have prepared, which you can see for which are the tasks for high temperature, right? So all of you know about low temperature thing because by default you are using low temperature. So default temperature level will be zero, that or close to zero, one can say. But you can, of course, fine tune it, right? So generate an scientific fiction based story about time traveling cats. Come up with a 10 absurd but funny ideas related to startup, right? And so on and so forth, right? Okay, so of course it adds creativity. Let me showcase you one example, so then you will be able to appreciate this even more. So what I'm going to do now, I will use it for one practical task, and then we will see it. So how many of you are using temperature for the very first time? You can give some kind of reaction or maybe just type something. And along with whatever you react, you can also mention your expertise domain because I'm going to use that as my example in my next prompt, right? So you can just write whether you know about, okay, first time, okay, good. And along with that, I request you also mention about some domains of yours, or maybe some one can say research domains, or maybe your areas of expertise, and you can mention multiple areas of expertise. That is even better. I feel that you it's not just one domain, but what I request you to kind of mention at least 2 to 3 different domains, right? So that I can showcase you something nice. Okay, I can see a lot of responses, but I'm waiting for someone who writes more than two or at least 2 to 3 domains, and then I will pick. Okay, so this seems fine. Geography, machine learning, deep learning. Okay, that one can take, or financial literacy. Okay, so a lot of responses are coming up. Or let me just, or maybe I can also combine some of the responses and kind of put them together. So let me go with this financial literacy, management, and accounting practices. Okay, so let me go with this. Okay, so what I'm going to do now. Again, I'm not following Create framework just to save time, but again, I request you to follow it for without fail. But for now, I just want to save our time, so therefore I'm not following it. But I can just mention the context just for the one can say better outcomes. So what I'm going to do now, let's say we want to generate some nice startup ideas based on our expertise, right? So I will take a couple of examples from whatever you have written. So I'm starting with this one, financial literacy management and accounting practices. But of course, you can also even try this by your own. But for now, I'm starting with this three. Okay. So I will say, assume. Okay. I'm just giving some man, woman, whatever, right? Business person, right? Having experience of more than 25 years in diverse in all possible domains, right? We can invent some artificial person also who is kind of right. Okay, so some spelling mistake is there. Okay, fine. Corrected it. Okay, fine. The role. Okay, because I'm talking about only a specific person. Okay, fine. In all possible domains of the world, let's say that hypothetical person. We know that this person does not exist, but it's fine. Now I'm asking for give me 5 startup ideas, okay? And then I am picking up these 3 domains uh, to me with my expertise domain, okay? And then I'm just mentioning this thing, uh, okay? Financial literacy and management maybe these two are together. Okay, so I'm writing together management of accounting practices and okay, and I assume that right, ma'am. Okay, so doctor is there, so she's PhD in maybe management or something, right? So I'm just mentioning that PhD she possesses. Okay, fine. Let's see. Okay. So now, of course, it will give some startup ideas, right? So, and these are not bad startup. I'm not saying they are bad. Of course, we can just look at into this, that what is the problem, what is the solution, and, and okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So it is generating 5 ideas. And since I have mentioned PhD, right? So ed tech is also coming up, which is predictable. Everything is predictable over here, right? PhD mentorship, of course, so that she possesses PhD, so she can guide others, right? This is something interesting, right? Fine, but still predictable. AI-powered financial literacy platform for emerging market. This is slightly creative, but still predictable. This is fine. But now what I'm going to do, I will edit this and I will just say temperature. What should I say? Can anyone guess what should I say to value of temperature for this type of problem? It's about startup ideas. Good, right? So we can go for 2, right? Then let's see, right? So as you can see, right now it's going to give more kind of one can say creative ideas, right? So and I can also give something else, like for example, I can give something in between. Regenerate with temperature is equal to let's say 1.8. Let's see. It also depends upon kind of your domain. So if you give more kind of skills of yours, then it's going to give even better kind of results. So let me try to demonstrate this with maybe my skill set. So then you will be able to appreciate this even more. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the same kind of prompt, but I will just change the kind of one can say the domains, and then we will see what impact it will have on the outcome, right? So what I'm going to do now, instead of this domains, I will just mention my domains. I am good with theoretical computer science, uh, right? Generative AI in productivity as well as education. Uh, and also, and one more domain is I can just say graph neural networks. Okay, and first time I am not giving any temperature. Okay, let's see. Okay, and then we are going to give value of temperature, and then we will see how the responses are changed. Okay. So of course the responses are not bad. Of course these are sensible. Graph intelligence platform for enterprises, generative AI academy in a box, right? So on and so forth. Proof tech, right? So this is quite good, right? Kind of automated theorem generator and learner, right? So the responses are good. But now let me try to again what I'm going to do now. I will just modify the value of temperature because initially I didn't give any value at all in the first case. So assume temperature is equal to 2. Okay, and then let's see. So then of course the responses will be better for sure. So as you can see, it's saying high creativity, slightly unconventional, future learning startup ideas. So as you can see, right, this is something out of the box. Knowledge fabric, global graph of humans research, right? This is quite innovative. Okay. Of course, it's giving all the aspects how and what you can do with respect to what I can do in this particular case. Uh, Gamifying theoretical computer science. So quite interesting that actually I can do startup in this, right? It's quite interesting, as you can see. Productivity 10x, right? The AI lab assistant for every worker, quite ambitious, but still doable. ethical intelligence labs. So you can see that if you compare the first response versus second response, then any day I will prefer the second response, because whenever someone wants to generate this kind of startup, then it must be something out of the box. It should not be something very kind of traditional, with some kind of ideas which everyone can come, right? So then it may not work. Of course, we have to check other aspects also, whether actually there is a need for this kind of startup or not, or business idea or not. But still, this is quite helpful. So what I can do, I can take uh, one more example. Maybe I can see a lot of words mentioned over here: AI, data warehousing, data mining, augmented reality, virtual reality. So let's try that. And I'm directly okay. So maybe I can just modify over here, and let's see what it gives. So I'm just modifying the domains. So this time it's instead of this, it's AI. It's then uh, data mining and data warehousing. Right. So I have to, okay, data mining and data warehousing. Then augmented reality and virtual reality. Okay, let's see. Okay, fine. Okay, so of course the first response is not bad, but what we are interested in, we just want to know the impact of temperature. So what I will do, I will just paste the same uh, kind of prompt, but temperature value will be 2 this time. Okay, and let's see. Of course, these are good ideas, but they are kind of traditional ideas, right? We can means every now and then we hear this kind of idea, so it's not uh, out of the box. But here you can see, like, this is something, right? AI memory bank for human legacy, right? So something different. Cognitive mining for corporate strategy. Neuro AR, AI powered cognitive rehabilitation, right? PhD to startup engine. Right? So hopefully you got the idea about temperature. That's how you can change your creativity levels, and depending upon your kind of objective, you can decide. Right? And for other platforms, you can check whether temperature. Usually, it's there for all LLMs, not just for ChatGPT, but primarily I am using it for ChatGPT. So therefore, I am just demonstrating with it with ChatGPT. For other LLMs, you can just ask it, right? For example, if you are using Gemini, you can just ask it, right? Do you use temperature as a parameter in response? And I can here give some temperature value just to try. Let's say temperature is equal to 2, even for this question. So let's see. Okay. So it's saying that it doesn't use temperature, right, as parameter. So it's fine. Means some LLMs provide this kind of flexibility, some may not. Okay. Okay, thank you for Dr. Amit, right? So it's working in Copilot, so it's good. So you can try with your favorite LLM, but this is one nice, one can say, enhancement for your traditional so what I'm requesting, you have to use create, of course, create, or maybe some other framework, whatever you like, but just enhance it with the help of temperature, right? Whenever required. Okay, fine. So now temperature is first part. So temperature is related to, of course, creativity. But as you have noticed, right, the second part is still missing, right? How to kind of control length, right? So length is also equally important. And with length, many times we struggle. Why? Because let me just demonstrate what I'm trying to say. Okay, of course, I will come to other points, but let me just try to cover at least complete this particular topic, and then I will come to other questions. So, what I am going to demonstrate is that, let's say, yes, Dr. Amit is trying to find out some creative use cases of it. So good. what I'm going to do now is I can just say I can use extra, right? Ignore everything and start afresh. Okay. So then I don't need to click on that particular new kind of. Okay, fine. So now I can just enter it, and then I'll be able to start afresh. Okay. This is of course not for exam. Uh, I'm just explaining you what all things you can do with LLMs. Depending upon your use case, you can kind of decide what to use, what not to use. Right? I'm not saying that every time you use temperature. Right? That's not what I'm saying. But if you are using it for writing, let's say poem or generating a story or maybe creative writing, then you can consider using it, or maybe for idea generation like startups. So on those specific use cases you can use it. But and many times you feel that whatever is coming, it's more like Dr. Amit has rightly mentioned that of course he's using for some other, trying to use it for some other purpose. But the idea is that many times we feel that this version is more kind of AI based. I want some variation of it. So you can just quickly tweak this particular parameter. Let's say instead of temperature 0, now I'm giving temperature 0.5, and let's see. So you can have like infinitely many versions for the same outcome. So that was the kind of, one can say, agenda, right? So fine. Anyways, so now what I'm going to do, I will just say write 500 words, all right, about right whatever topic we can, right? I will just pick this, like benefits of meditation, right? And then whatever comes, right? What I'm going to do now is I will paste this to uh, or maybe I will give this task to you. What do you feel? Do you feel that whatever outcome has come, it is of exactly around 500 words? How many of you feel that this is exactly 500? And okay, so maybe you can just write it down in the uh, chat box. I can just see. How many of you feel that whenever we say that give me response in, let's say, 500 words or let's say 1,000 words, that difference will become evident when we increase the length, of course, right? This is 500, but right. So it seems that most of you feel that it is kind of less than 500. So maybe what I can do, I can just go to uh, Google Sheet and or maybe Google Docs. Docs is appropriate in this particular case. Let me go to Google Docs and paste this, and then we will just see that how many words it's coming. And then we will also have to we also need to kind of solve this particular issue of length, right? So how we can resolve it, right? Many times we feel that whatever is kind of being given, it's not up to the mark with respect to the word count which we want, right? So how to resolve this particular problem, right? So it's taking slightly more time. So maybe what I can do, okay, it's opening. Otherwise, I can just message this uh, in the. Okay, fine. So this is now working. Okay, good. So let me just open a blank document. Okay, if it takes more than 30 seconds, then maybe I will just message you in the chat box itself, and then you can help me with the count. All we need is just count, just to demonstrate that it won't be exact 500. And again, this is stochastic model, so sometimes it may give very near to 500, but sometimes it may give some different numbers also, like 400 or 600, right? So how to kind of manage the length aspect of our responses, right? So that's what we are trying to learn now, right? So I'm just pasting this over here. You can just tell me the count, right? How many words are there in this particular message? Okay. So I am just stopping this because for some reason it's taking more time. You can just tell me the count in case if you find it out, right? Or you can just paste it on Word or something and then let me know. Meanwhile, what I'm going to do now is I will start with the same thing, but something but with some other parameters. So what I'm going to do now, let me just kind of use the same prompt. Okay. Again, the topic will remain same, but you will be soon able to appreciate right what we are going to do now. Okay. How it's different, right? So again, we are going to say write about uh, again, topic is same, the benefits of meditation, but now I'm introducing one parameter which is called tokens, and I'm just giving tokens is equal to, let's say, in this particular case, I'm just giving 10. Okay, so that means, can you sense tokens is equal to 10 is corresponding to just one sentence. And now, if I just reuse this prompt and I will just put one more zero over here, then you will get roughly 10 sentences, right? And again, if I kind of add one more zero, then the response will be even 10 times as compared to the previous response. So as you can see, right? So uh, tokens is better kind of way of communication with GPTs. Why? I can just explain you that whenever we communicate with LLMs, for example, you are writing like this, that you are a helpful assistant, and then let's say, let me just give some prompt. What is the capital of India, right? So if I write like this, then you can see GPT-4o is generating tokens for this two sentences. For this entire conversation, you can see total tokens are 23, and that means whatever we are writing, the system is actually seeing this numbers. So that means, if you have noticed, then on LinkedIn, right, people often complain that we are claiming kind of accuracy of highly intelligent PhD student or PhD professor of this LLMs, but still they struggle to count number of R's in strawberry, right? Or they struggle to count number of dots, right? Why that is happening? Because internally, as you can see, whatever we are writing, we are writing it's in English, but the system is seeing these numbers. And for many of the times, what will happen, right? If I click over here, then you can see that what that particular number is representing, right? So now, yes, of course, this is kind of its internal symbols, right? One can say tokens, right? Formally, we call it tokens. So now what will happen, that your entire statement is kind of broken, not into words, but into tokens. So if you communicate in terms of tokens, then system will follow it even better. So whenever you want to kind of manage length, right? This time, fortunately, right, it was close to 500. It was 509 lines. But every time this may not happen, right? Whatever system you are using, maybe with respect to ChatGPT, it may be the case that for plus version, it's giving better response with respect to length. But for normal user, it's giving not proper response, right? The variation is even bigger. So how you can manage that length aspect? So the proper way to do is use tokens instead of words, right? So if I just summarize this, then these are the key aspects with respect to tokens, as you can see. So whenever you want short, concise answers, you must use this parameter max tokens is equal to. So you can see one token on an average is equivalent of 4 characters, right? Roughly, it's not for every kind of word for sure, but rough estimation is like this. So now accordingly you can kind of manage. For example, whenever you want a full essay, so you can say tokens is equal to 1500, right? Whenever you want very quick summary, extremely short summary, so token value must be very less, like close to 50 or maybe 100, not more than that. You want kind of one paragraph or maybe 1 to 2 paragraphs, then you can go for so whatever response we have obtained over here, this is 5 times of it, right? 100 times 5 is 500. So then you can have this kind of token value is equal to this, right? And finally, right, in something in between is also there, right? So as you can see, So I've also given this example, right? So for the same query, if you give 500 versus 50, then what will be the response of ChatGPT, right? On in both the cases, right? So again, as you can see, all these examples are of high token, maximum token task. So why this is important? Because if you can recall, then in the previous session, I have mentioned about this customization of ChatGPT, right? You can also give some custom prompt to each and every kind of one can say query of your or each and every prompt of your chat GPT. So maybe I can demonstrate that one more time. What I'm trying to say over here is let me go to that particular settings and it won't be there in settings, I guess. It will be there in customized chat GPTs, right? So I clicked on the wrong button, but just give me a minute. So the idea is many times we kind of this personalization is not required. Sorry. Many times what happens we give this kind of custom instructions. So that's what I was talking about. And in custom instructions we say that follow some rule. And that rule is saying that every time your response must be kind of concise. And then suddenly you want detailed response. So then how will you solve that particular thing, right? So there you can use, as you can see, I have given this particular customization, right? Concise and comprehensive, right? So it may be the case that let's say I have given that every time give me very concise response, and then for some specific use cases I want detailed response. So then I can use tokens, right? So that you can play with this, and hopefully you will appreciate it. It's a formal way of controlling length of the responses, and if you get what you want very quickly with respect to creativity and tokens, then of course this you can also use both of them together, right? For example, I don't have much time, so I can just say that give me I can quickly give this particular prompt that okay, so I will come to this afterwards, maybe over here. Okay, this is also something else. I opened a lot of tabs. Okay, so we are talking about, maybe I can just go over here and start a new chat. So what you can do is you can have combination of this two also. It's not like that every time you have to use only tokens or only temperature. You can give both of them together. For example, give me 10 tips of time management, and I will say temperature is equal to, let's say, 2, because I want some creative tips, and I don't have much time for reading. So I will say tokens is equal to, let's say, 200 only. I don't want big list, but big one can say explanation. I just want tips, right? So as you can see, it's giving me only one line explanation for every tip, right? So this is how you can kind of control. So, right, it's giving something, right? I don't know about this, right? Not to do list, right? So this is quite counterintuitive, right? List habits that waste time, right? And consciously avoid them, right? So actually a good tip, right? So now, what will happen if I give the same prompt, okay? But this time, instead of this, right, tokens 200, if I just give, let's say, let me try with 75, okay? So then the response will be even shorter. Again, creativity levels are high, but as you can see now, it's just giving me list what to follow without any explanation. Right? So this is how you can kind of customize. So then you will love whatever algorithm you are using, because now you know the correct way of interacting with it. Because many times we don't have much time to even go through this responses in detail. So you can just give this won't take much time, right? Writing just one word tokens and then whatever value you prefer, right? So this is how you can kind of play with both of this, and for your tasks you can decide whether you want creativity to be high. Like for example, let's say suddenly you have started writing on LinkedIn or maybe on Instagram, right? You have started something, or maybe you have started some newsletter. So then of course I'm sure that temperature is equal to 0 won't work over there, right? So you must have some kind of variation for if you want some help from LLMs with those write-ups, right? So there this can be of help. And of course, there are use cases with respect to research also, because many times we want, with respect to, of course, tokens. I'm not talking about temperature, because temperature usually we have to keep it very low, right? Because then only we get deterministic responses. But still, it's there just for your knowledge, right? So you can try this. Okay, so hopefully this will add some value. Any questions about this? So we can discuss that before going to the next topic. Okay. Token add-on tool is used to increase and decrease. Okay, fine. Uh, if you want to improve abstract, right? Of course, we can use it for that also. Uh, okay. Okay. So with respect to abstract, what you can do is you can just think what a good abstract must possess, right? And then you know a lot of tools, right? You know Notebook LM, you know Chat GPT, you know right, other tools, right? So whatever tool you kind of use, the main thing is how you are prompting. So therefore, I am focusing too much on right, prompts, because tools are too many, right? There can be thousands of tools for supporting research, but if you don't know how to write good prompt, then you won't get what you want. So with respect to abstract, your focus must not be on what tool or which tool is the best for abstract generation. Your focus must be on how to write a good prompt for abstract generation. Let's say if you want some kind of, one can say, outline or maybe some initial draft of abstract from LLMs, right? So that is more important. So maybe what I can do is for one of the paper, right? But abstract is, we can't just write it directly, right? First we have to do something and then we can talk about abstract. But just to give you some insights, let's say we are writing abstract about some generic kind of thing. Maybe let's say we are writing abstract about developments of or maybe history of chat gpt. Let's say that's our topic for now. Okay, and let's say I want to generate abstract, some initial idea of this abstract from ChatGPT. Assume that we have done a lot of work, right? We are part of all the developments which ChatGPT has done. So how should I start, right? So usually in abstract, um, we first talk about some context, right? How we don't directly jump to the to particular topic, right? Okay, so someone has already okay. So that is something different. I will come to that. So what I'm going to do now over here is I will just give you some idea, and then we will see which type of response we are getting. So I will start like this. Assume a role of an expert LLM developer, right? Uh, who has designed, uh, one can say, uh, I will just say, who has designed, let's say, ChatGPT, because our focus is on ChatGPT itself, right? Your task is to write formal abstract about, and then I will write down the name of the paper. So let's assume that all of us are writing a paper about history and maybe recent developments, right? We can just say recent developments or recent achievements, whatever it is, right? Recent achievements of OpenAI. Okay. So this is the task. Ensure that, right? Now I must give the actual flow, right? What should come in the abstract, right? Ensure that you include, right? So first, some context, like why LLMs are important or relevant, right? And then we talk about our actual work. What novel contributions, right, uh, have proposed by OpenAI, right? So those that and maybe before that we must also include some kind of motivation, right? Motivation, and then we talk about the contribution, motivation slash problem statement in some sense. Okay. Okay, fine. Again, you are not getting the point. Unfortunately, the entire during the entire FDP, I guess all your focus is on plagiarism, right? Plagiarism is not what do you say, the main purpose of AI tool. I'm just giving you some insights that what should a good abstract look like, and then you get some ideas from this LLMs, and then you can follow the same idea for your own work. That's what I'm suggesting. And you want some kind of mechanism where you get everything done automatically. So then LLM must get the credit for it, right? For the entire work. LLM must be the main or single author for the entire work, right? So I'm sorry, but this is quite unfortunate. But anyways, okay, let's come back to the prompt. You were asking about what should be the prompt for writing a good abstract. So I'm just giving that particular prompt. You can use it ethically or unethically. It's up to you, right? I'm no one to tell you about those things. But anyways, let me continue with the flow, right? So what I'm saying over here is you want to generate something, but you don't visualize what you want in your outcome. So always follow this aspect in your prompting, right? So because someone has mentioned that we want this to more discussion about prompting, so therefore I've just taken this example of abstract and explaining you, right, how a good prompt should ask for some initial draft of abstract. So that's what we were doing. So what novel contributions have been proposed by OpenAI, how they are kind of better, or one can say significant as compared to other state of the art methods or maybe other LLMs, right? Including we can mention specifically that Gemini, DeepSeek, right? And then finally we conclude with some what observations or what outcomes are generic and can be applicable to one can say more wider audience, right? Something like that. So conclude with some wide or maybe generic observation. And then we can just give some value about tokens also, because I don't want this to be very, very long. So maybe I can just try with 500. I'm not sure it will work or not, but we can just try. Let's say tokens is equal to 500. Okay. And let's see. So it's slightly more, right, than what we want, right? So of course we have to kind of reduce the token value, but it's following the one can say whatever instructions we have given. And again, this is not a good prompt, right? In between, I guess I was distracted by chats. So I let me complete the entire thing. We can also give some good examples. So if you follow this create framework, so I have correctly mentioned about character, I have put requests, but I forgot about examples. So maybe I can give examples. Take inspiration from abstracts of uh, famous journals or of standard transaction papers from engineering domain, right? So depending upon your case, you can modify this, but I'm just giving some adjustments are not required in this particular case, right? And type of outcome I've already mentioned. I want uh, kind of nothing but abstract only, and some extras are not required in this particular case, right? So tokens is equal to, in this particular case, let me just give roughly half of whatever we got in the previous case. Let's see. Okay. So if we combine these two, then I guess this is, but still it's taking slightly more, right? So I can just give me one paragraph only with uh, right response only. Right? Of course, this is LLM dependent, and unfortunately, with model 5, right? As you can see, I'm using this 5. 4.0 was even better, right, as compared to 5 in some of the cases. But now, finally, it's giving better, right? This is sensible. right? So as you can see, it's starting with some outline, right? Why LLMs are relevant. Then what is the primary contribution of OpenAI, as you can see, and it's also mentioning custom GPT, which I personally like about OpenAI and ChatGPT, right? And of course, some other variations, including ChatGPT Teams and Enterprise, and what are their kind of one can say functionalities and what they offer, right? So all those things are given over here. And then finally, so this is kind of you can relate with your research. Ideally, you should do you must start with some kind of context, right? Why your work is some background. Then you say background or motivation, one can say, right? Then you talk about your work. What is your contribution? This is that part, right? The second part is your contribution, right? Then what you are doing, then you are explaining slightly more about it, right? What all functionalities are there in your work, right? And then you are comparing with state of the art, right? How this is better as compared to other state of the art techniques, right? So that is over here very briefly because we don't have much space in abstract. And then we finally conclude it with some generic observation, or maybe something which can be done in future, or maybe some uniqueness of your work, right? That's what we uh, usually write in the good abstract in the towards the end. But we don't follow this kind of rule, so therefore we struggle. And then many of the times we feel that abstract is either too long or too short because we fail to understand these requirements. But with experience, you can, and maybe you know it very well, but you don't somehow kind of translate this into a paper while writing a paper. So you can use this kind of AI tools while generating it. And someone has used, I guess, Copilot, and the result is good, Dr. Amit. So maybe you can also share your work. Maybe you can share your screen in between, or now also if you want. If it is extremely good and you want others to see, you can share your screen. I can stop it for a moment, and then we can see his work. This is applicable to, so that's why I'm focusing on approach. This is not about why I am spending too much time on prompts, because tools may change, right? After 10 years from now, there can be 1 million tools on the results, but still prompt mechanism will remain same, right? So if you're good with prompting, then you can adapt to any of the tools, right? Okay, fine. Yes, Dr. Amit is very proactive. So maybe let me try to stop my screen sharing. Let me go to, let's, I guess this, yeah, fine. So Dr. Amit, if you want to share your screen and showcase. Okay, any other questions you can ask? Of course, a lot of things to cover, but in between, I'm just giving you some time to grasp whatever we have discussed. Okay, Dr. Amit, if you want to share, then please share it quickly. Otherwise, I will continue with other things. Okay, one more request is create framework. Please repeat. So the idea of create, you can watch that particular recording because I'll covered it in detail, but I can briefly again just mention the key aspects of it. So C stands for character or the role. Ensure that whenever you have any of the query, or whenever you are planning to use LLMs, you give the context, because LLMs can take millions of personality. But for your query, who is the best person to ask? So you must mention that I am assume a role of a particular person, right? So that is nothing but character. Don't ask directly. You can ask the same question to. I had given the example of librarian, if you can recall. Assume that entire city of Mumbai is one big library, and you are asking a question to librarian. That's what you are doing. If you are not kind of using any context. But instead of that, what you could do is there are specialized people, right? Um uh, okay, sorry. There are specialized people with respect to each individual subdomains, and then given a chance, you must ask your query to that particular those set of specialized people. So that's what we must do in the create framework. First step is must assign some concrete rule or character. R stands for request. Your request must be, I don't need to explain much about it because in Google also you are good with writing your request. E stands for example, right? Examples, if you can give, then it will work even better. Some enhancements you can give, right? So that is there. And type of outcome output is also important. Type of output is corresponding to whether you want an essay type of response or table type response, or you want just one statement. Sometimes if you want just caption generation, right? So depends upon your requirement. And finally some extras, right? So that is there, like for example, we must not leave anything on the model. We must explicitly mention whatever is there, because otherwise model may assume something and then the responses won't be of good nature, right? So those are the things with respect to create. But the core idea is first imagine what you want and then describe it in as explicitly as possible, right? So that's the key, right? So if you can imagine what you want, and if you can convert those your imagination in words, then you will be able to generate nice outcomes, right? So that is the next one is wonderful. Wonderful prompt helps us in getting the correct work. However, we have to modify it, edit, so that the abstract will be accepted. Am I correct, sir? Yes, of course. Matlab, this is just to give you kind of insights that what should be the good outcome, or one can say how a good abstract must be crafted, right? So that's what I am teaching. And of course you have to modify it, you have to talk about your own research, and if you are writing it by your own, then you can also give it to LLM and then ask, right, what is missing with respect to standard templates of transactions, or whatever the top 2% papers of the world, right? What is missing in my abstract so that it can be enhanced, right? So those are the types of things you can do, right? Fine. Okay. Fine. Now let me just I want to cover a lot of things, so let me continue with my presentation, and in between again we will take questions. Okay, let me also share my computer. Okay, so now it's not required, but for some specific things I may need of sharing uh, audio also. It's fine for now. Okay, so now let me change the topic slightly now. We have talked about prompting a lot. So let me talk about some tools, couple of tools, and then we will go to some other things, right? So the first tool which I'm going to demonstrate is, it's called SEI space, right? So I'm also sharing the link of this with you, but what I recommend, don't use it, right? But don't use it means first let me complete my demo, then I will give you some instruction, and later on you should use it. Don't directly go over here and start writing something, right? So that is my recommendation. And quickly, if you can just mention a topic on which you want kind of literature review in detail, and I will pick up one of the topic from the first 5 or 6 responses, because again I must have some kind of topic. So then okay, uh, solid waste management and economic context. Okay, I'm waiting for 2 or 3 more. Green, hydrogen. Okay, fine. So I'm going with this solid waste management in economic context, and uh, Dr. I guess Anjana will guide us whether the response is good or not. Okay, so don't put your topic in this SCI space. That is my request for now, because I will give you some uh, insights, and then of course you can go ahead and do it. Okay. So here I don't need to use create framework. Why? Because this is itself is kind of expert. And as you can see, I have selected this deep research, right? So deep research mode is on. So that's the first thing. And so that means it's anyway going to right. So if you see this option, then of course I can also upload some kind of files. Usually the symbol is for files, as you can see. So here also it's like that only. So I'm not doing it for now. And now what I'm just saying, this is my topic, okay, and I will just say give detailed review on like whatever topic is. So this is very simple prompt because this is anyway expert in research, so I don't need to follow create framework and tell it that assume a role of expert researcher or so on and so forth. Okay, and let's see what it gives. Okay, it's one of the best tools for doing this kind of work. Let's wait. Okay, it's processing. So as you can see, it's executing the plan. So it's searching different, as you can see, repositories, including Google Scholar, SCI Space, PubMed. So this may take some time, but the outcome is extremely well. So therefore, what I recommend is let's just stick to this particular screen for some time, and then we will see what it gives. Okay. So you can see that the kind of uh, outcome, right? Intermediate outcome is looks like Humata only, right? Left side we are there. It's again the result we haven't obtained yet. It's in between stages, but you can see the one can say the interface is similar to Umata. Left side we have nothing but agent is running on. Right side our response is going to come. Let's see. So as you can see, it has searched all the spaces and taken out all the important insights, right? It's trying to analyze whatever insights it has obtained. Okay, and you can see that the papers seem relevant also. The year publication date is mentioned over here, DOI is mentioned, URL is mentioned, reference is mentioned, right? So all those things are there. And we can see the journal names, right? This names are also making sense. They are aligned with the topic, right? Topic of topic which we have given over here, solid waste management. Okay. This may take some time. Let's wait. So agent is running, as you can see, but soon we will be able to see a very nice response over here. Okay. Meanwhile, you can just mention the name of the tools which we have learned so far, so that I can avoid using them. Yes, I will share contact details and all towards the end of the session. But let me just cross this and let's see the response. This deep research is quite interesting, as you can see, right? It is giving me kind of outline of what is going on with respect to this particular topic. And it's also giving this kind of table, right? And then other things, right? So it's generating, right? This is not the end of it. So as you can see, it's also giving kind of all the references with respect to this. Okay, so maybe ma'am can tell whether it's making sense or not, but for us it looks fine. It's not my area of work for sure, but it seems sensible. But as you can see, I haven't used this literature review thing. This was just deep research. So deep research is different. Deep research is when you want in-depth understanding about a particular topic. And if your topic is too generic, then you can go for literature review also. So this is kind of specific, but just for demonstration, I use this particular feature of deep search, right? So many other competitors are also there for this particular feature of deep search or deep research. I will soon take a question, but before that, I would like to demonstrate this literature review feature. So let me just pick a topic for literature review, and then I will answer the question whatever you have, right? So you can see that the references are also coming, and as you can see, it's also you can also click on this links and verify whether it's available or not. And as you can see, it's also giving the date. It's accessed on this particular date, so therefore it must work, right? So agent is working on behalf of us. We don't need to worry much, right? So and then of course you can revisit this many times for PhD students. This kind of tables are kind of important in the initial days of PhD when they try to kind of compare different aspects of technology. Fine. Okay. Anyways, let's go to okay. So this is opening anyway, so I'm closing it because we don't need it. Let me go to this literature review thing. Uh, okay. Yes. Any questions? I can answer them in between. Right. Okay. You are mentioning about tools. Okay. Fine. Okay. It's touching the major. Okay. Okay. So as you can see, there is one option of deep review. Can you see? So I've already done one deep review, so I won't waste time over here, and I will directly showcase you the outcome. Okay. So if you want, I can do it, but I don't want to waste time over here. Right. So okay, sorry. Let me just uh, go to this particular response itself. So and then you will be able to appreciate. I have never seen the depth of response of this level in any of the other AI tools. So as you can see, this is how it has generated the entire report. AI-driven self-driving cars in Europe. This was the topic. Of course, topic is not one can say too technical, but you see the response, right? If I click on download, this was of around 26 pages of report, if I can recall it correctly, right? So it's very much difficult to get this kind of detail, and as you can see, it has selected. Okay, let me wait. As you can see, it has selected 371 different papers, and based on 371 different papers, it has performed this deep, uh, one can say, review. You can see all the papers are kind of recent, and it's also comparing like this different aspects of it. This kind of entire review paper, one can say. So this is very good resource for someone who is just starting his or her PhD. So and it's also giving us theme-wise breakup. As you can see, theme is uh, this is the theme. How many papers are appearing of this particular theme? Then, as you can see, second theme, how many papers are there? Third theme, so on and so forth, right? So it's also giving us breakup that for out of 50 papers, what was the distribution, right? And then again, year-wise also uh, how the development happened, right? Some other terminologies, theoretical and practical implication, and this is still going on. So you can see, right? So if I try to download, I'm not sure because it's relatively old now, but ideally right, so it's downloading. So once it's downloaded, then I will showcase you number of pages, right? So and then you can okay, so it's fine. It's currently it's showing over here, save as PDF. And you can see how many pages are coming up, 40 pages, right? So let me try to just save this. Save as PDF is fine, right? So 40 pages of work, right? You can see. So I have never seen any of the AI tool which can give this level of outcome, right? And why I am saying telling you not to kind of write down your topic, because in free version you can do just one deep review, not more than one. So you have to select your paper, your topic very intelligently, or alternative ways use another email ID to kind of do this. Okay, so I can just save this somewhere. Maybe I can go to uh, teaching, and then some folder is fine. Maybe anything is fine, I guess. Review. Okay, and then I can just save this. Okay, so this is a fantastic tool, as you can see, right? So very rich, and hopefully you will appreciate it. And but before you use this, I'm repeating one more time. In the free version, you can do just one uh, detailed review. So uh, if you are a student, or maybe if your student is going to utilize this, then just ensure that you select your topic properly. You prompt is not a big thing over here. It's also giving us paper-wise analysis, as you can see, right? What this paper is talking about, how many citations are there, right? So those insights are also coming up after the review, right? As you can see, we can add some kind of columns over here. This is the standard things which we need, right? For example, if I click on this results, then it will automatically add this result column. And this is the standard way of comparing different papers. And usually, as supervisors, we ask this kind of table to our students, right? Contributions, if I add, so then it will add one more column, right? So it's a fantastic tool, as you can see. But of course, with respect to deep research, the one can say credits are there. Only 13 credits were utilized in deep research, but this is quite heavy task. So they are only allowing just one uh, detailed, one can say, review. So whatever your primary domain of research is, you can just pick it and do this, right? So then you will be able to kind of utilize the power of it. Okay. So you can see that it has added many columns now. Okay. Fine. So if I go to somewhere, the pricing will come, right? So if I go to the previous tab, then we'll be able to see the pricing. It's over here also, pricing. What is the pricing? But that is mainly for, you can see, because it's giving good quality of outcome. So therefore, they are taking some charges. I'm not sure how much they are taking. So this is just to see in case if someone wants to use it. So as you can see, what are the benefits? So this was there. We did this literature review search, right? It was limited, just one. But here, as you can see, it's unlimited, right? Everything is limited over here, and you can add only 5 columns in literature review, whereas over here in premium, right, you can add 50 columns in literature review. So it's up to you. Means I'm not suggesting to buy this. It depends upon your requirement, and somehow for let's say you have time for 1 month, let's say vacation or something, and maybe you are too much focused on research, then maybe you can buy it for 1 month if required, right? So that is there. That option is also there, right? So it's fine. Okay. And okay, so these two are primary things, or maybe what I can do, I can just share this particular link of literature review. So you understand what you need to do when you want to generate this kind of deep review, right? So it's appearing right now also. So let me try with one more topic. If we can get it, then it's good. So I will, can you write one or two topics in the chat box? I will just try. If it appears, then it's fine. cryptocurrency. Okay. Anything else? Cryptocurrency is also fine, and I'm just here to demonstrate how it works. We are not worried about the topic that much. Psychological issues in m- cybersecurity in mobile devices. Okay. Um, okay, so let me take this one, something from medical domain maybe. Um, let's see whether it works or not. Okay, okay. So as you can see, it's asking me for upgradation. So that means it's verified that you can do this just once, right? And if you want to do this more than once, then you have to pay. So, okay, somehow it's doing it. I'm not sure whether it's deep review or something else, but it has started doing something. So it's fine. We'll see, right, what it does. So, but it's giving only answers from five. So this is not deep review, right? You can see this is kind of normal deep research in some sense, right? So this is not what we want. It's useful, but it's giving only for only answers from four papers, not more than that, right? So this is fine. Okay. Anyways, okay, so let me just give you the link of this. That this is the tab which I was talking about. That if you are, even though one is, it only provides one in free version, but that one is also sufficient if you use your topic intelligently, right? And maybe you can use multiple email IDs for if you want to try this for with different topics. So that option is anyway there. Okay. So let me just paste this link in your chat box. Okay, translate and all those things are we have to check. Means I haven't checked whether it can translate this to other language or not. Of course, ChatGPT can do it. ChatGPT can convert the responses into other languages too, including Hindi. So that is there, but I'm not sure about this SCI space, right? Whether it can do it or not. Okay, fine. Okay, any other question up to this point with respect to this tool? Hopefully, you will appreciate this. But the only limitation is, like I mentioned, that other features are anyway there, chat with PDF, AI writer, find topics, paraphraser, right? All those things are there. So you can play with this. But the primary feature which I liked was this literature review. And in that also, the deep review is the most, one can say, important one. So that is that. Okay. I will take some questions from chat, if any. Otherwise, I will talk about other tool. So I will quickly talk about one more tool before we talk about other stuff. This one is also one of my favorites. It's called answerthis.io. And it also has kind of similarity with the tool which I have just presented, SCI Space. So let's see, right, how this works. But there are some other features also which I like about answerthis.io, which are which are missing in other tools as per my knowledge, or maybe if even if they are there, then interface is not that good, right? So therefore, personally, I like this one more. So what I'm going to do now, again, let me just share the link of this. Any afterwards also, I will prepare one briefing document, or maybe one can say just short document which will contain all the tools along with their use cases and links, and I will share it with you. But for now, I'm trying to share the link of this with you so that you can uh, try this. Okay, so once you open this, okay, just a second. So once you open this, yes, you can. access, so there are two types of YouTube videos. If you're talking about YouTube videos of EICT Academy, then it's up to them, but most likely they will keep the videos open even after the FDP, at least for some reasonable amount of time, as per my knowledge. And if you are asking about my YouTube videos, so then my channel is anyway public, so they are there. Okay, fine. Now over here, the key thing is you should open this particular thing. Click to open prompt helper. So if I click over there, then I will also get this kind of options like literature review, search papers, all those things are there. But the main thing is this. If I click over here, then I will get a lot of options. And many times research means, of course, the research is not just about literature review. Many times we also want to come up with research gaps or maybe research proposal we want to write down, or maybe just we just want to know some new domains of research or maybe some research topics on a particular domain. So all those types of things we can do over here. It's not limited to literature review. So that's what I was trying to highlight. That it's diverse, as you can see. Gap identification, proposal writing, the generate result topic. This is also equally important, right? How successful you will be as a researcher, it depends upon on which problems you are kind of working. So this is also quite interesting. But of course, I will start with literature review because that is more relevant. And you have already given me a lot of topics, so I will pick one of the topic from. So let me go with this emotional intelligence and work-life balance. Okay, so let me just write down emotional intelligence and work-life balance. Okay, fine. So then I will click on create. Okay, fine. But the important thing over here is you can see there are more filters. So let me click over here and then you will see some interesting options appearing. So as you can see, I can also ensure that all the papers which will come in the references, they must have at least 5 citations. So I can control this very easily. Let's say I want only high quality of papers in my references, then I can put this 10. So that means all the papers in the references will have at least 10 citation. So this is how I can control the first parameter, which is nothing but citation. Then I can also choose some specific data sets. Like for example, I can also include some archive papers over here, right? So that option is anyway over here, right? Which is good. I'm avoiding web search. Let's say I don't want web search. Patent, if I want, I can include. I can upload some other papers from my and it will be there in my library, and I can include those as sources too. But I don't want it. But one more important thing is general quality. Let's say I want only references from Q1 or Q2 kind of journals, not from all. So I can also fine tune this. I want responses only up to, let's say, Q3, right? So those type of things you can do over here. And of course, you can manage the publication date. Let's say I want only papers which were available in the last 2 years or maybe last 1 year. So I can even specify those dates. So you can see a lot of customization is there, which is uh, either missing in other platforms. And even if it is there, then it's time consuming because you have to reiterate, right? Because other platforms may provide the similar thing, but you have to kind of give prompt one more time, right? So I'm not sure how many of you are using this. How many of you are using this for the first time? You maybe you can give just thumbs up or maybe you can just write down something in the chat. I don't like this intermediate phase over here because I don't like waiting, right? So that is there. And apart from that, they've also changed this interface. Previously, it was better. It was kind of saying circle and percentage was showing. And along with that, they were also giving some kind of one can say general knowledge thing, right? So which was quite useful, but now they are just like other LLMs, right? So just something is appearing. This is kind of intermediate phase, but after some time we'll be able to see the response. And again, the user interface is similar to Umata or SCI space. Left hand side we'll be able to see the outcome, and right hand side we'll be able to see list of papers which are kind of being cited along with their details, like whatever template is there. Of course, we have to cite the papers in a particular template. So citations also you will be able to manage over here. So of course, we have to wait for a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, I will check the chat box in case if you have any questions you can ask related to this topics for now. So let's wait for, I guess, 2, 3 minutes. Okay, okay. I will avoid this question. This is not ethical, right? We are not here to replace. AI is not for replacement, right? We are using it for enhancement. So we are talking about how to generate ideas, how to verify those ideas, how to get intuition for new topic, right? We are not, our objective is not to identify the best tool to reduce plagiarism and then in some sense promote cheating, right? That is not the objective of the uh, FDP. Because if we use those tools, then what's our contribution there, right? We are using AI for generating ideas. We are using AI to convert those ideas into human-like language, and then we are just submitting it, right? So then it's kind of cheating, right? So it's better to use it, right? We all are faculty members, right? So we must use it ethically, not for like not as a shortcut, right? With respect to knowledge, at least, right? All other shortcuts anyway we have right now. Imagine before AI, if you want to read, let's say, 300 papers, then it could take at least 5 to 6 months. Now, within 5 to 6 minutes, you can have detailed review report like SCI tool, which I have just SCI space tool, which we have just which I have just demonstrated, right? So you can see the power of AI. It's already helping you a lot, right? It's saving number of hours with respect to research. You don't need to read each and every paper, right, and kind of each and every line of the paper, right? So, but we are getting directly insights from a lot of papers, and that too with some specific criteria. As you can see, if you notice, then all the papers are having more than 10 citations. You can notice on the right hand side. You can see the citation count over here, right? All the papers are having more than 10 citations, right? Fine. If let me just focus on the left hand side first, and then we will go to the right hand side. So you can see it's kind of review. It seems fine. Of course, the I'm not sure the name of the person who has recommended this, but let me try to figure it out. Okay, fine. So if you even if you go through this, then we'll be able to get sense whether it's making whether it's proper or not. And it seems correct, right? So you can also try with your own topic and give me the feedback whether it's making sense or not. But it's very nice. You can see, of course, it's not too long as compared to SCI space. It's relatively shorter, but it's sensible, right? It's covering all the different aspects of this particular topic, and it's relatively long. It's not too short also, so which is good. Right? So 10 different subsections are given. And then here I can also choose, right, which sources I am kind of picking. And of course, I'm using this more. So that, therefore, I guess maybe it's giving me some limits. In your case, maybe it can give you some better. Okay, thank you. The original, one can say, poster has mentioned that this makes sense. So maybe I will just download this and send it to you. You can utilize it. So as you can see, you can also have different types of views over here: list view, table view. All those things are there. You can also have table view, right? A referencing style you can manage. You want IEEE or some different format, you can decide, right? So all these things are available. And of course, here also you can play, you will get, so as you can see, all this popular styles are available. If I click on APA, then automatically the citation style will be changed to APA for all the papers, right? So it's extremely powerful that way also. And of course, here also you will get that kind of option of adding columns to this table. So all those things are there. I'm not spending time over on those topics, but hopefully you appreciate this, right? You can use this. I've already shared the link, and of course, this also has pricing, but I guess in free version it allows. So it doesn't mention, unfortunately, now that what is allowed in the free. Okay, so it's there. As you can see, the features, and then what all you get with this particular free version, right? 5 credits per month. So I guess you can do five kind of literature review per month, as per my knowledge. Okay, fine. And it has all other features also like citation map, search papers, diagram, right? So I'm not going into that, but let me go through this okay, one more time. But this time, I'm going to use this for something else, not for literature review. Let me use this for maybe uh, writing a research outline, or maybe let's say writing a research proposal on, and maybe then I can take some uh, topic from the chat, whatever you are suggesting. Uh, Dr. Santosh, if you want to do literature review with 30 papers, then you should use Notebook LS, Notebook LM. Notebook LM, you can just upload those 30 papers and then you can ask for that. Again, you have to write nice prompt. It will give you the literature review of it. Okay, management of risk in supply chain using Industry 5.0. Okay, fine. It's management of risk. So it's like risk management, okay, but it's fine. Management of risk. Okay, supply chain, industry 5.0. Let's see. But usually in research proposal, we propose something, but it's okay. We are not worried about the topic, so it's fine. Let's see. Again, here also we can have some more filters, but it's fine. Let's go with the default and let's see what it gives. So then it will give us some outcome. Of course, we have to wait for again couple of minutes, but soon we will be able to see the outcome. Okay, fine. So again, this is a nice tool, answer this.io. And also what I recommend that you can in this FDP and from other sources also, maybe you will be knowing about more than 20 tools now, right? But the key thing is regularly utilize them, right? If you just know that this tool is there and if you are not using it, then it's useless, right? So even if you are using just 3 to 4, right? Let's say is out of 20, you are just using, let's say, two, but you know everything about those two and you are using them intelligently, then also it will be more impactful rather than knowing 20 tools, but at surface level and using them occasionally, right? So my suggestion is whatever you pick, you must be knowing them properly and utilizing the full power of them. And prompting is the most important skill, which will be useful across all the tools, right? So if you can prompt better, because these tools are again with everyone. So what things will differentiate you from others? How intelligently you are kind of combining the different aspects of these tools, right? How can you design your own workflow? That is one thing. And the second thing is, of course, prompting, right? How you are going to give prompt, and depending upon the prompt, the response will be different, right? So as you can see, it's starting with background. It's giving some concrete research questions. Sir can tell us, Dr. Arvind, whether these questions are making sense or not. But they seem correct because whenever we talk about risks, usually we talk about mitigations strategies, right? How we are going to kind of resolve this risk. What are the strategies to respond to this kind of risk, right? So that is there. Key barriers, right, for integrating this. And so this is good. Objectives, right? So all these things are quite interesting because whenever you want to submit a research proposal, many times we struggle because we don't know what to write, right? So I'm not saying that just go to this answer this.io and whatever outcomes come, just utilize it. No, I'm not recommending that. What I'm suggesting, this will be your initial starting point. You will get some ideas from this that this can be part of my objective, or maybe you can design your own and then you can just match that what AI is suggesting. Can I include something from over here, right? Or vice versa. Can I discard something because AI is suggesting it's not relevant, right? So that should be your approach. It should not be like that. Whatever this tool is, sir has told us, so just use it for some kind of cheating, right? So then you won't learn anything. Maybe by submitting this, you may get grant, but what will you be able to kind of execute the project, right? That's the main thing, right? And even if you, during the execution, if you are following this particular process, then you are not kind of learning, right? So that is there. That is important. I hope I am audible. Can anyone confirm? I cannot. Okay, let me. Okay, okay. Thank you, Dr. Pooja. Okay, fine. So you can see again, it's giving literature review summary. It's also coming up with this kind of methodology, right? But again, the more context you give, right, if you provide more your own ideas or maybe some initial ideas, so then the proposal will be even stronger, right? Currently it's fine. It's, I guess it worked well with respect to identification of objectives and research questions. The rest of the the rest of the sections are kind of too generic, I feel. But of course we didn't give any specific uh, kind of instruction. So what I can suggest, let's say you are writing a proposal based on your own research, then what you could do, you could upload your paper in research library, and then you could say just use this as a resource and at the time of generation. Then it will be more relevant to your own tone, and it will be based on mainly primarily of your own work, right? So that's how, right, all these things you can think of your own, so that you can get what you want, right? So with best out of these tools, you can kind of fetch by using this kind of tricks. Okay, fine. So that is there, and of course we can you can see over here. We can try, I guess, one more thing, and then we'll talk about the next tool or next topic. So as you can see here, research questions. This is also equally important. Whenever you're, let's say, many of the times phase one is completed. Let's say we have identified that we are going to work in, let's say, graph neural networks for, let's say, medical domain, right? Deep learning on graphs for medical science. Let's say this is my domain which I have identified after 1.5 years of work, but I'm confused that what should be the research question with respect to this particular domain. So maybe I can just say that my domain is, I can just say deep learning on graphs, and I can be some slightly more specific for, let's say, let me just say brain network analysis. Okay, brain network analysis slash autism detection, let's say. Okay, fine. This is my topic, broad topic. And so many times this kind of situation may also arise where your student has successfully identified. You also feel that this is the go-to topic. We are going to work on this particular topic for PhD. But unfortunately, we are not able to kind of come up with good research questions. So you can take this kind of help. Again, we get all this kind of options, but just to save time, I'm not changing anything. Let me just click on search. But ideally, you should also play with those options, right? You have to identify on which kind of platforms or repositories the papers are more with respect to your topic, and then just select those relevant repositories. And of course, you can select the high quality outcome by changing this general quality, maybe Q1, Q2, and also you can play with the citation counts, right? So those things, of course, you can do. So let's see what it gives. And I feel that after every query, one credit is kind of being utilized. You can see on the left side of my screen, right? Left bottom side, you can see how many credits are remaining for this particular month. So after some time, time is more or less equally same for each type of query for this particular platform. Usually, it will take 2 to 3 minutes to generate research questions. Okay, so now it has kind of, and I feel these questions are quite specific, and this is what I like about this tool. Uh, right? So it's too specific, right? Which brain regions or connectivity patterns most influence autism spectral disorder classification? That's a very valid question, right? So we are connecting brain network analysis with autism detection, right? So that is there. Again, second question, and also the important thing is it's also highlighting the corresponding citation where kind of future scope has been mentioned about the same, right? So it's making sense. Again, this is state of the art thing, multi-model graph representation or multi-scale graph representation, right? Heterogeneous nature, right? So many times we don't have time to give kind of come up with this kind of questions, so we can take help of AI. And of course, you must verify that it's not like that. Whatever this is suggesting, we must work on them. But you will get some initial ideas, and of course, you have to check your own expertise that and feasibility of this work also. That not everything is possible with respect to PhD. So you have to consider a lot of aspects before finalizing the objectives in some sense. But of course, this will help you tremendously as per uh, my intuition, right? So, what is your suggestion? Do you feel this is helpful with your research journey, with your or maybe your students? Okay, so I've already shared the link, and you can play with this, right? Other options are, of course, there, but I am not going using them. Means I'm not demonstrating them. You can try other options too. Okay. So if you want, we can take break for maybe 5 or 10 minutes and then continue. Okay. So you are asking for link again. So let me just uh, So I will ask to the organizer whatever she recommends. We can take break for right X number of minutes, and value of X will be given by IIT Guwahati coordinator. Okay, so I'm sharing the link one more time. For whatever work we have seen, you can just copy paste the left hand side. That is our work, right? Or what outcome one can say. And for the right hand side, anyway, there was option of extraction, right? So you can do it, right? So, ma'am, how much time we can take? Or maybe let's take only for 5 minutes is fine, I guess, right? Because anyway, we are quite fresh, right? So 5 minutes, we'll continue after 5 minutes. I can just stop sharing.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Okay, so dear participants, we request you to please be online. The session will start soon, and after this, after 6 p.m. onwards, the valedictory session will be there, which will be the final session of this last day of this program. So, dear participants, you were very cooperative for the last 10 days. So, this is the final day. We request you for your cooperation in this final session. Thank you.
Okay, I hope I am audible. Can anyone confirm?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Just a second. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, any questions up to this point? Okay, fine. Okay, okay, fine. Sure. So now I'm going to talk about mainly I will talk about three different things. First, pending from my first one is pending from my previous session, that is about automation of app script or Google Sheet, right? So we'll see. We'll talk about it. Second one is custom GPTs and how we can utilize them, especially for research purpose. And third and the most important one with respect to theme of this session is how we can use Chat GPT and other LLMs for research purpose, right? For that's the three main kind of domains on which will be talking about. Okay, so let me start with one of them. So it's good that for just for the change we talk about automation. So let me close this and I guess one more query similar to the query which I had answered was how to kind of generate. Uh, Hopefully my screen is visible. I doubt it. Okay, okay. Now it's visible. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. In case of any issue, please let me know. So one more query, right, which you were asking was how to download, right, whatever the responses kind of being generated, right? So you can just go through the library, right? Somewhere you will. Okay, so again, you can see that some of the features are kind of missing, but there should be some mechanism where you can kind of again go back to your so if I here you can see, right, there is one option of search your queries. So here you can search or maybe just click on the previous kind of interactions of yours with this particular tool and pick the one which you want, right? So for example, let's say I'm interested in this one, so I will just select it, and then you can just select whatever you want and copy paste, right? So that's a very standard thing. And for extract data, you can see this option is anywhere there. Export option is also there. So you can just But again, some of the options are not available, so that is kind of one can say we have to upgrade for it. But other things you can do, right? Again, if nothing works, you can just directly copy paste one by one. That is also fine, right? So it's not that difficult to figure it out. So these two things you can do with respect to extraction. Anyways, okay, fine. So let me close this. We have talked detail about these two things, right? SCI space as well as answerthis.io. Now let me talk about automation, right? So if you can recall, then okay, let me go over here, right? Over here, or maybe I closed it. Let me just go to this. This is fine. And so basically, what I'm trying to do is there was one interaction in which we have made ChatGPT to write a script for us. And the idea of that particular script was how to kind of automate our process. And the process which we were talking about is we have given marks of the students, right? A number of students with us, marks are there, and we want to categorize. If someone is scoring less than 35, then we would like to highlight them, but automatically, right? That was our purpose, right? And for this particular purpose, if you can recall, then okay, so it's okay. Means I can go to that particular interaction afterwards. Let me just try to showcase what we are trying to do is. So as you can see, the date of this particular demonstration is 19/8. So that means August of 19th. So on that particular day, we had tried to accomplish this particular task, but due to some error, we couldn't do on that particular day. So let's try to do it again. So as you can see, the first step is we must have this kind of data. And we must provide, again, we will follow the create framework and ask ChatGPT to write us a code in which automatically we have one column in which total marks will be kind of computed. And based on the total marks, we would like to highlight some of the students who have scored, let's say, less than 35 or 45, whatever our criteria is, right? So that was the objective, that was the setup. And the code which was generated by our kind of chat GPT was this, right? So same code is written over here. And the only missing part was this time the code was written across different functions. And what I was trying to do was I was just clicking on by default function, which was on open. So therefore, we could not see the impact of the code on out as in terms of outcome, right? So what I need to do, I need to select the appropriate function. So let me just go to the second function. The name of the function is compute totals and highlight. I will just run this, and once it's completed, I will go to my sheet and check the outcome. And hopefully this time you will be able to see new two columns will be are kind of added. And you can also see that automatically it has identified which one has scored less than, I guess, 40 or whatever the limit was. And those are categorized as slow learner, right? So this was the automation which I was talking about. So with respect to Google Sheet, now if you want to do something repetitive, you can go to ChatGPT, ask it to write a script for whatever the repeated task. And if you can recall, then I had given you one particular nice example in which I have created one code segment which you can kind of run, and that segment will automatically send emails to all the participants or all the students of yours marks of the examination. And I had demonstrated this to you in that particular session, and most of you got that particular email, right? And then you were also asking what is this for, right? Some of you didn't attend that particular session, therefore you were asking me afterwards that what's the purpose of it, right? Fine. So the idea is very simple. You have to give the template of whatever your sheet is. Then whatever. Okay, so you have, please repeat. Okay, so what I can do, I cannot repeat the entire thing. I will share the corresponding video, which is anyway there on my YouTube channel, so you can check it from there. I'm just highlighting the key aspects of the process. And if you want, we can take one more demo in which we will just do this, and just for better understanding, we can uh, quickly do this for some other use case, right? Not just this particular specific. But so what I'm trying to say over here is that we will change the objective for the same data set, and I can quickly showcase it to you. But for the automatic marks distribution, right? Again, what I recommend is you can watch that particular video, because I will prefer to cover a lot of other things also. This is not primary focus of our talks, so that's why I don't want to spend too much time over here. So the idea is you can go to this extensions, and then you have to go to this app script, and whatever code is being generated by the chat GPT, you have to just paste that code over here, and then you have to connect this with your Gmail, and then finally click the run button, and then the automation will be kind of performed instantly on the sheet which is opened, right? So maybe what we can do quickly is instead of this, we can uh, okay, I will share the corresponding links towards the end of the class, because I don't want to break the session for now. So what I can do, I can delete this. Okay, we can come up with new objective. Let's say these are the marks, and what I would like to do is I would like to find out average of all the both the marks, and average must be displayed on column E. Let's say this is my objective. Okay, and so objective can be anything. Don't say that, sir, this is too easy and we don't need code for it. That is not my purpose. My purpose is to showcase you automation can be done. And then if your task required 100 steps, then you can have those 100 steps to be done by chat gpt. Chat gpt can write the code for it, and then you can just go to this particular extension, paste that particular code, and just run it, and then all those 10 things can be done in within a couple of seconds, right? So don't means what I'm trying to say over is, don't focus too much on what I am doing. Focus on how I am doing, right? So the process is important, and of course you can do this for. You can also suggest some other use cases if you have in your mind very quickly. But for now, I am picking up this one, very simple one, but just to showcase you how it works. So let me just remove this, because I'm not going to use this. I'm going to generate something else. So for that, how to prompt, right? So let's try. Let me repeat that particular part. That how are we going to prompt to ChatGPT for this kind of automation with respect to Google Sheets, right? So that is the objective. So once this becomes stable, I will be able to write it. Okay, so anyway, I can write it down over here. Okay, let me just refresh this. It's taking slightly more time, but it's okay. Hopefully, I will be able to write very soon. Maybe I can close some other tabs which are not required. This also I can close. Okay. Okay, fine. So what I'm going to do now, I can give. So the one more option is I can directly connect my with my Google kind of, one can say, Google Drive, and from there also I can give reference to the file where actual data is there. Otherwise, I have to give kind of I have to kind of describe how my data is and where my data is. Right. So what I will do first, I will use extra, ignore everything, and be ready for the next topic where you are going to be expert in, let's say, Google Sheets. Okay. So this is kind of extra, because whatever is discussed earlier, that is not relevant now. We are starting something fresh. Okay. So now I will ask the uh, actual thing. So uh, I will again, the role is anyway mentioned, so I'm not repeating it. Give me app script, right, or JavaScript for automation, for the automation of the following process. Or maybe I can zoom so that you can see the prompt properly. Okay. App script JavaScript for automation of the following task. I have marks of 2 subjects for all the students of my class. I want to find out the average of marks in a new column. Also, I want to highlight students in yellow color if average is less than, let's say, 35. Okay. So this is what I want, but I have to provide the data because if we don't give the kind of idea where the data is sitting, right? Because this is very vague so far. I am just talking about two subjects marks, but marks can be stored row wise also, column wise also. So I must mention the template of my data, right? So I can just say my data is like this. I can just copy this and give this. My data starts from whatever the column corresponding cell number is A1. I can just mention my data starts from A1 cell and it is as follows. And make sure you give as much information as possible and as concretely as possible so that you don't kind of encounter any kind of error, right? And you can just mention, I want my average marks to be computed in column, and then I can just mention the name of the column also, right? So I want my average to be coming up on column E, right? So I can just say column E, right? So this much is sufficient, right? So it will be able to generate the code for sure. So it has assumed intelligently, right? What should be the formula and all. So, and it has started generating the code, as you can see. So it's also giving me the instruction in case if I don't know, right? In this case, I know, but maybe it's good for beginners. So what you can do, you can just copy this code, go to this again extension, then app script. So I've already over here. So I'm directly coming over here, app script. I will just paste this code. Okay, sorry. So I didn't copy properly. So therefore it was like this. Let me copy it properly. Let me click on this overlapping button one more time. Okay, so now you can see the code is over here, and now I have to select the function also, right? So let me select the first function. First function is not relevant now because as you can see, it's not applicable. It was from previous execution itself. Currently, the corresponding function is calculate average and highlight. That is important. I have run it. Let's see. So it's still running. Once it's completed, it will tell me that execution is completed. And then I can go to this particular sheet and check whether actually average has appeared over there or not. And in case if it doesn't work, then we have to give that particular error to ChatGPT and it will improve upon it. But most of the times it will work properly. So as you can see, if we go over here, then very likely, right, it will create a new column, column E with average marks. And it will, so as you can see, it has correctly highlighted all the students who have scored less than 35, right? And this is very bad example because marks are not out of 100, but any case, this is just for demonstration, so it's fine. But hopefully you got the idea that how well this automation can become if you utilize it intelligently, right? So I'm not taking heavy use case. You can take because whatever I'm going to take, it will be just one particular use case. The heaviest use case anyway I have taken in the first session, right? Automation combining this Google Sheet with Gmail and Red2 free without using mail merge. It's a very big thing, right? So that is anyway there where you can automatically send marks to your students. But this is about some other admin work, like or maybe one can say something related to corrections of marks, or you want to classify students based on the attendance. That's a lot of use cases. Let's say you have attendance of all the classes in this particular sheet, and you are feeling very tired. You don't want to do it by your own, so you can just have this kind of script, and every time you upload it on Google Sheet and done that particular script, just click that particular one button, and automatically you will get list of students who have who are having attendance less than, let's say, 60%. I could also enhance this particular code. Let me try to do something similar. Let's say instead of marks, this is corresponding to, let's say, attendance. Then I can say that modify the code to identify all the students who have scored, let's say, less than 10, and I want a separate list of this, or maybe separate email list of these students pasted on, let's say, column, whatever it is. Right? Of course, you can go for advanced automation where we can talk about emails also. But for now, because I don't want to spend too much time over here, so this is just for small demo. I'm just coming up with something. Let's say column G, right? Whatever it is, and highlight them in color, right? Whatever it is, right? Let's say green. Let's see. So then it will modify the code accordingly, right, with this instruction. Okay. So it's giving two responses. Hopefully, both of them will work fine, but I will prefer the first one. It's okay. And also, this GPT-5 is kind of internally calling for O or maybe O3, so therefore it's taking slightly more time, but it's okay. We can wait. If we write this by our own, then it may take at least 1 hour, right? So it's okay to wait for a couple of minutes. Fine. So it's generating something. Okay, let's wait. Maybe too much work because this app script is also kind of running constantly. Or maybe it's time to buy a new laptop for me. No, maybe not that also, I guess, because this is also running this OBS, so therefore it's quite heavy for the system. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. Uh, Hopefully it will resolve very soon. Meanwhile, I will check the comments in case if you have any questions. Okay, fine. Uh, let's wait. But in any case, the response is kind of being generated and it will be there in the thread itself. So even if I kind of check it after some time, I will be able to see it for sure. Okay, fine, good. So finally it is resolved. Uh, so but I feel it's incomplete. So maybe I will ask something. Let me just close this because it's taking some resources. Okay, fine. So what I can do is I can maybe, if this works, then maybe I will try to copy this, or maybe I have to just refresh this because there is no other option. I don't want to lose this thread and because it is in continuation. If I start new kind of chat, then I have to start from scratch. I have to give this original code and then I have to again give this instruction. So that it may take some time, additional time. So it's better if this works. Uh, Maybe what I can do, I can just close this. Maybe this fifth tab is not lucky for me or whatever. So I will go to one new tab and then try to open it one more time. Maybe because of this also, right? So a lot of things are kind of open simultaneously. That's why it's taking more time than usual. Okay, I can close this if it allows. This I have to use it, so I can't. This okay, okay, fine. Finally, I'm able to paste at least. Let's see. Mm. Okay, meanwhile, can anyone recall about custom GPT? What is custom GPT? Can anyone just mention uh, its definition or some idea about it? What is custom GPT? Can you recall? Because the next topic is custom GPT, so I'll be talking about it very soon. So if you can recall, then in the first session, I had briefly talked about it. So the idea is, let's say you are using these prompts, and finally there is one kind of magic prompt. You feel that there are many other kind of people who will kind of utilize this prompt. Then what you can do, you can put that particular prompt along with your own knowledge, right? So you can add your own files and make it public so that others can also utilize the same outcome which you are getting. But the prompt will be kind of hidden. They won't be able to see what you have written, but they will be able to utilize the power of your prompt, right? So that's the idea of custom GPT. So I will showcase you some good GPTs which can be utilized for research purpose and of course teaching purpose, right? So we'll talk about it afterwards, like including Scholar GPT. But meanwhile, this code has been generated. Let's try this code. Let's see whether it's working or not. But meanwhile, let me remove this particular column because it's not required. So now I will again go to extension, app script, and again, it has assumed something if number of students are less than 10, then do this and do that. But I'm not going through it, right? Whether it's making sense or not, we'll soon able to figure it out. So what I'm going to do, I will first remove this. I will paste this, the new code, whatever it is. Ideally, I should also rename the title so that I can identify that what this particular project is doing, right? So basically, we are trying to find kind of irregular, right? So this is corresponding to irregular students, right? Or whatever it is. Right? So ideally, you should give this kind of meaningful name. And then here the function, this function won't run because as you can see, I am interested in running this function, but it's not appearing right now because I have kind of removed the previous code. So most likely it will give error as you can see. But now the correct function will appear and I can run it now. So let's see what it gives. It has completed very smoothly. Let's see. So you can see all these email IDs are the students who are irregular. So all you need to do is just copy this and paste it on your Gmail and then give them ultimatum that your attendance is less than whatever 30% or whatever. Please come to the class regularly. I apologize. These are actually your email IDs, so don't take it personally. I assume and I hope that all of you are very regular. Okay, fine. So just one small use case, but you can imagine, right, what all things you can do with this simple automation. Because most of our data is kind of based on this kind of files itself. You can also imagine what you can do with, let's say, your own feedback. Let's say students are writing something about you, you want to analyze it, right? Or maybe they have given ratings with respect to different parameters and you want to analyze them, right? So a lot of use cases are there and you can explore upon this, but it's a nice direction which I have showcased. Okay, fine. So let me just close this so that we can focus on other things now. Any questions? I could see someone raising hand in between. Uh, Meanwhile, let me try to now change the device for a couple of minutes and then I will come back on uh, this system once again. So just give me a minute. So, okay. So now I'm going to share this screen. Okay, fine. So yes, it's visible. I can see it. So hopefully you can also see it. Uh, Fine. So now what I am going to talk about is custom GPTs. And in custom GPTs, I will talk about two aspects. The first aspect is with respect to teaching learning, right? And the second aspect is, of course, research. Uh, so basically, creation of custom GPT is not difficult, but you have to come up with some kind of nice use cases because then only people will appreciate. So what I'm going to do now, I will just showcase or highlight very briefly what I have done, and I will showcase that particular GPT, and then we will talk about other GPTs in general. Okay. So the idea is with respect to education, I feel the very first challenge with respect to one can say uh, in the context of India, I can say the first challenge is challenge of language, right? Not all people are kind of familiar with English, right? So that's the first challenge, especially for the first year student, right? So first year students, they may know some different regional language or maybe Hindi, but usually they don't know English, right? So that's the first challenge. The second challenge is personalization. So very quickly, I'm writing. Sorry for the extremely bad handwriting, but this is just to highlight some of the points. So personalization means, let's say, usually whatever material we create, that material is just for this is generic. I am not creating some separate material for students who are taking slightly more time for understanding, right? So, and I also don't take into consideration the interest or hobbies or their own understanding of different concepts while designing my material. So there is a very little or very less personalization in terms of my material generation in or classroom material generation or even classroom delivery in some sense, right? So that is also one more challenge, right? I hope all of you will agree to this, that personalization is extremely difficult to achieve. That imagine you have class of 120, or some of you may be teaching even more than 120 students simultaneously. How will you identify what the overall understanding of the student before the class? Because you want to introduce some new concept. So far, let's say students only know about this things, and now you will talk about something this, right? Something new, right? So now you have to connect this with this, right? So this is understanding of your student so far. Let's say understanding of student, let's say Y at time t, and now you want to improve his understanding, right? Understanding of the same student Y at time t dash. You want this, right? So basically, you have to bridge this gap. But the idea is this black dot can be anywhere, right? It will be different for different students, and so therefore, different amount of efforts will be required to ensure that this they learn this particular new concept, right? So and it's difficult to accommodate personalization in this particular process, right? So because anyway we are focusing more on the concept, right? Or what this particular concept is, how it works, right? What are the underlying theories or what are the underlying theorems? What representation we should use in the class, right? All those things we focus, but personalization, right, in this drama, right, we usually don't think about it, right? Fine. And the third thing is power of storytelling. Many times we kind of the idea of narration is kind of missing in uh, usual setup of our classroom, right? So these are some of the few, I mean, I can't say these are the only challenges in Indian education system, but some of the challenges of Indian educational systems are this for sure. So what I did with respect to my teaching, I teach Python programming to the first year students of my institute, right? So they come from again different background. That not all of them are kind of familiar with one can say English, and they only I guess 10 to 15% of the students know basics of Python before coming to the institute, right? So I had designed this Python ki Pathshala custom GPT, and the idea of this GPT is quite intuitive. That basically, right? So maybe if someone can just write down his or her hobby, then I will be able to demonstrate this even better. Just one person is also sufficient, right? Some hobby of yours, if you can just mention, and then I will just showcase right how it works. So someone just your hobby apart from coding or teaching and research. I know that all of you are very good with uh, one can say all these things. So I will go with this chess first, and then we'll take other options also. So I guess Dr. Raj. So Raj loves chess, but let's say Raj doesn't know anything about, uh, let's say, Python programming, and particularly let's pick a particular topic. Let's say he doesn't know anything about while loop of Python programming. Okay, let me try to unzoom this so that you can see what I'm writing. So I will just write S. S stands for story, and then I will just write down name of the student. In this particular case, Dr. Raj, and then his or her hobby, and then I will just mention the concept which I would like to learn. Right. So then if I write like this, then it will generate a story which will kind of connect all these things. And in this particular story, Raj will be the main hero, as you can see, right? So with this means since Raj loves chess and he knows everything about chess, but he doesn't know anything about, let's say, while loop. This story will intelligently connect this known to unknown, and Raj will be able to relate very easily because he can relate with chess, and this story will to help him to enhance his understanding with respect to this while loop. So as you can see, right? So right? And then it's also, of course, giving other metaphors and all those things. But let's say Raj is not from Hindi background. He prefers to have responses in English. Then he can just write E. Then the same story will appear in English also, right? So as you can see, right? And let's say Raj doesn't like English also. He prefers something in between, like English. So he can just write EH. Then the story will appear in uh, English mode. So as you can see. And this is just one feature. There are many other features. Like for example, I will take one more story and then we will see. So maybe uh, I will take example of guitar. Let's see which type of story will be generated if we take this example. Uh, so I hope I have written this correctly. Guitar, and let's say this time we take something else, maybe break statement. Okay, so it can be anything, but we are just starting with this. Right. So it's talking about break, right? Sometimes it's better to राइट प्रैक्टिस को बीच में रोकना भी जरूरी है कोई गाना परफेक्ट आ गया या कोई गलती बार बार दोहराई जा रही है तो प्रैक्टिस को वहीं पे रोक दो राइट so and then how it's related to right break statement right so it's demonstrated over here and some other metaphors are also there and of course it will suggest some video of course from my channel now let's talk about something else so let's say now I want English mode again and let's say I would like to know about Python data structures okay so it's better that what I can do is maybe I can start from scratch because I don't want it to remember the previous interactions. So let me go to the new chat and then I will write the same thing. Okay. So then you will be able to see how it will also explain nicely uh, different topic, right? For example, here data structure. So first it will talk about motivation, and then again it's trying to generate some kind of metaphors which are aligned with students. You can see example of Instagram, phone book, right? Students can very easily relate with all these things. Then uh, example code, right? So on and so forth. Also, it will end the kind of this mini lesson with some kind of question. And if you would like to talk more about some one particular topic, then it will also recommend that. Let for example tuples or something. So what I can do is, let's say I say tuples. Okay, I want to know more about tuples. Let's say quickly, and then whatever response comes, it's fine. But let's say I'm not satisfied with that particular response. I would like to know more about this particular stuff, right? This particular topic. Then I can just write M. M stands for more metaphors. So then it will generate even more number of examples so that the student can easily understand about this particular topic. Okay. So as you can see, if I just write M, then it will come up with more metaphors like this, right? So extra metaphors so that students can easily understand what this topic is really about, right? So again, of course, example along with code, right? Quick true false, right? And some other real world applications also he or she can learn with just this command R. R stands for real world applications. What are the applications of this, right? What the student is learning, but how he or she can learn this, right? So this I had designed, and in the survey, right? So people actually students liked it very much, and the rating was also very good. I guess it was around 4.6 out of 5. So and students were using this for practice also. There is one practice mode also, and it got a lot of recognition not only in India but at world level or global level, one can say, because it was also featured by ChatGPT in its ChatGPT for education newsletter. And apart from that, recently OpenAI has launched one academy in which it's called OpenAI Academy. The purpose of OpenAI Academy itself is to kind of give knowledge about state of the art developments with respect to ChatGPT. And they have also featured my video, right? So on the same topic, as you can see, how Python ki Pathshala is being utilized by students, and how I designed it, and what's its impact, right? So it got good recognition. So this is just one use case. I'm not just saying that use this, right? You can use any of the GPTs. There are many other GPTs, but I can talk about this more because I actually designed it, and I've trained this on my education material, right, which I have prepared across and since last 2 years, right? So it has my own tone, right? So that is also that, of course. So now what I will do, I will talk about some. Okay, so I can talk about how to prepare GPT in at least on Chat GPT platform, but I'm avoiding it because it's not available in the free plan, right? So it's only available for plus users. But using it is for free. So therefore, what I'm going to do now is I will showcase you some of the GPTs, right? Top 1% of the best custom GPTs available in the GPT store. And that too, I have considered this particular category. As you can see, academic research. So academic research, if you select, then you will be able to find out the some of the good, one can say, custom GPTs which are available with respect to research domain, right? So all of this are available. You can see SciSpace has also one GPT, and it has supported 700K plus conversations so far. So it's very popular, one can say. So maybe we can try this Scholar GPT. I guess I have already opened it somewhere. If it is not, then we can just open it. So this is also one good, I guess one can say resource. But before that, I should also explain about where to get custom GPT. So if you go to your Chat GPT, then on the left hand side, you will see one particular option of explore GPTs, right? So there, if you click, then you will get this kind of window open. It looks like store window, right? Your usual app store window. And there you can search all kinds of GPT. So maybe if I showcase that to you, then you will appreciate it even more. So not this, I guess somewhere it should come. No, it's yes, as you can see, GPTs, right? So if I click over here, then you will be able to see that particular Explore GPT option. So Explore GPT is nothing but it's a kind of play store where you will be able to see all kind of GPTs. So just like in mobile, we have different apps. These are different GPTs. All of these GPTs are specialized in their own specific domain, right? So that's the idea of it. Okay. So what I will do, let me just quickly share this link with you. Okay, just a second. Now I will be able to share. So, depending upon your interest or requirements, right? Someone was asking about how to paraphrase or how to change words or whatever. So you can search over here, and then you will get different recommendations based on right you what you want, right? So I will just shared this particular link. You can click on it. Using custom GPT is free, right? You can use it for free, but creation you have to have that paid account. So therefore, I'm just explaining you the use part first. And here you don't have to use that particular create framework because these GPTs are anyway expert in their domain. So I don't have to tell it that Scholar GPT, you are expert in doing research. Yeah, it's like going to a cardiologist and saying him or her that assume a role of cardiologist, right? So it's useless, right? Because he or she is anyway achieved that particular designation, right? So here also we can just directly ask whatever our requirement is. And usually they also provide this kind of shortcuts or short buttons, right? So we can also utilize, if we want something quickly, then we can also, so some usually what will happen that some kind of FAQs are there. Then what is the purpose of FAQs, right? So it's a collection of questions which are asked frequently so that users don't have to kind of ask them again. Similarly, over here, the queries which people are doing repeatedly, that is mentioned over here, right? So those four things are over here. Similarly, even if you see to kind of my own Python ki Pathshala, there also I have put this kind of buttons. So for example, here, as you can see, it can do a number of things. You can upload a PDF and it will analyze. You can provide a link of a research paper and then it will analyze. And of course, it can do some literature review, or I can just say find the latest research on, and then I will pick some topic from the chat box. Of course, I can't pick the recent responses because they are your hobbies, not your research topics. So, or maybe you can just mention one or two research topic very quickly. Find latest research on, right, whatever I see first, I will just enter it. Any topic. Okay. Otherwise, I will just pick the suggestions from this particular GPTs. Oh, depression. Okay, fine. Uh, let's see. So what? Okay, so of course we have to allow this. Okay, so you can see that's straight away giving insights from 2025. It's also giving papers and access, so you can verify, right? So whether this sources are making sense or not. So this is also a nice way of, so if you are interested in some specific data repository, then you can search the corresponding repository's GPT. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Sometimes, let's say, even after using those answer this IO or let's say SCI space, you are struggling to find good papers from a particular repository. Then you can come to this kind of GPT, and GPT will help you to find papers, right? So maybe we can click on one of them and verify whether it's making sense or not. Okay, but most likely it will, because they are, so as you can see, right, it's also kind of marketing towards the end, right? What are the capabilities of this particular uh, GPT, right? Of course, we will talk about how to kill hallucination um, very soon. Just give me, uh, of course, I have 1 more hour, so I will cover that part too. Don't worry. But for now, I'm focusing on good aspects of all the tools. Um, so as you can see, of course, in this particular case, it's working fine. It seems the link is valid, and it's as you can see from the name of the tab itself, it's correct, right? Depressive symptoms and right, whatever it is. Fine. So I can close this. So not every time it will hallucinate, but we'll see how to rectify it anyway. Fine. So this is about this GPT, Scholar GPT, but there are many others, as you can see, right? So this, all of these are for research. You can see the categories over here. So depending upon your domain, right? So I can see that all of you belong to different domain. Not all of you are inclined towards research in engineering itself. So if your domain is marketing, then you can select the corresponding um, category over here and search accordingly. Right. So these are some of the featured GPTs which are listed over here, and you can go through them and uh, use depending upon your interest or use case. Right. So that is that. Meanwhile, maybe I can showcase some more. I will showcase a couple of more, and then I will shift to the last topic of my talk, where we will talk about uh, nothing but the how we can utilize the inherent power of one can say Chat GPT and Gemini for research purpose, right? So as you can see, I will go to this GPTs one more time, and then of course I can demonstrate generation of GPT is nothing like just you have to be good in prompting. It's not more than that. You can see this create button over here. Let me just click on it so that I can just showcase it to you in case if you are interested. But why I was avoiding, because it requires one can say subscription. That's why I was avoiding. But I can just showcase it to you. It's not that difficult. You can just give name to this GPT, some description, instruction. It's just pure English, just like nice prompt. And then you have to upload some files, right? So in 10 minutes, you can design your own GPT. It's not a big thing. But the big thing is, what's the usability of it? You are building something upon chat gpt, so you have to ensure that first thing you have to ensure that it's not done by others, because if it is done by others, then we can just utilize it. Why people are going to use your own gpt, right? So or second thing, maybe if you have some repeated workflow which is unique and not available on the internet, then you can design it and then share it with your colleagues. That can be the possibilities. But otherwise, anyway, kind of these models are quite powerful. So they must be kind of very much one can say what do you say specific. You must kind of give some out of the box ideas in your prompt, and also you must provide or upload some nice files so that the knowledge of gpt becomes kind of one can say exclusive. So then only people are going to use it. So once you create it, then you can anyway upload it on this store. So then anyone will search it, then they will get it. So it's a very simple process. It's not that difficult. But to come up with nice idea which people are going to appreciate, that is difficult, right? Uh, I designed this Python ki Pathshala in a period of around 1 month, right? Because I did around more than 15 iteration. Every time I design something, I analyze properly, right? How the GPT is responding, what other things I can include, what things I can exclude, and also in terms of instructions, also there is a limit, right? You cannot add means more than if I can recall correctly, it was around, I guess, 1,400 words or something, and I cannot add even a single letter in my instruction. Those many things I have added, and also sequencing of instructions also matter, right? So a lot of aspects are there. but that is only for who are having some unique requirements or unique use cases. So therefore, I am not spending too much time on that. Otherwise, just talking about custom GPT may take 4 hours, right? So therefore, and also for those who are interested in creating for free, you can check a particular platform called POE. They allow creation of custom GPTs for free, right? So that option is anywhere there. And again, Po also provide the same kind of, one can say, template for creation of custom GPT. So maybe I can just showcase that particular uh, website, po.com, and then you can explore on your own. Right? So basically, it's if you're good with prompting, then you are good with designing custom GPTs. But the important part is what is your use case and how you are going to differentiate your kind of, one can say, your work with others, right? So you can see wo.com, right? So here you can design your own GPT, and that too for free, right? So I had designed anyway one GPT. So if I can showcase it to you, so then I will do it. Maybe I have to go to my work. So again, as you can see, it's very uh, uh, the template, or one can say the user interface, is more or less same for all the LLMs. So it's very easy to kind of navigate. I don't use this frequently, so therefore, uh, allow me for give me just 1 minute so that I can find out my custom GPT. So hopefully now I will be able to showcase it to you. Right. So you can see I had created this email writer or prompt bot, as you can see. Uh, so here, okay. So again, this is how it looks without. Okay, yes, here you can see. So this is very kind of, one can say, just with 5 lines I have created this bot or custom GPT. You are a highly experienced writer who writes concise and readable email without stop words, filler words, or jargon. You have experience of more than 15 years, and you have obtained expertise in writing marketing emails. So this is mainly for marketing emails writing, and take inspiration from Apple, right? In terms of tone, strategic positioning, and everything. So this type of prompt anyone can write, right? So it's very simple use case. And name of the GPT, I have given Email Writer Pro 9, and writing English professional email. And then I can select some models also, right? So I've gone with this particular model, Claude, and then that's it. So and then for kind of out of the box idea, that if you feel that people are going to use it, then you can also earn from it, right? So then you can provide some kind of cost mechanism over here, that after this much limit, this much interaction, people have to pay for if they want to use this particular GPT. But then the idea must be quite unique, and of course you must add something over here in terms of knowledge base, right? Okay. And as you can see, I've also given some other instruction: be direct, elegant, human-centered. Your task is to write marketing emails for Apple. Right? Every email should contain all these things. Right? So this is my prompt. And you can see I've already interacted with this particular GPT. Draft an email for promoting iPhone 16 Pro Max, right, for to Indian user. And you can see the outcome, right? It's fantastic. Experience the future of mobile technology today, right? Discover the difference, right? This seems very catchy lines, right? Uh, and you can see it's also giving me kind of features, right? A16 bionic chip, right? And other things. Right? But why it's working well for this particular case? Because knowledge of iPhone is anyway with uh, whatever GPT we are going to call, or whatever the LLM we are going to call. So it's not something which we have to provide from outside. So therefore, without any knowledge base, also just based on instruction, it's working fine. But in your case, like for example, in the case of Python, I wanted to ensure that whatever kind of response is being generated, the response follow a particular sequence. So I have to explicitly mention that particular sequence. That first mention motivation, then give some story, then connect that particular story with code, right? Then complete with some follow-up question or suggestion of video, right? So it's a very it's kind of artistic process. It requires time and attention. But if you love, you can try with it, and you can also design nice GPTs and make it public if that is your passion. But for with respect to use part, you can see there are already millions of GPTs are there. From education domain itself, there are more than 40,000 GPTs, right? And out of 40,000, right, they have one can say showcase around 7 GPTs, and Python ki Pathshala was one of them, right, on Chat GPT for education, right? So it's a very, one can say, a diverse range of GPTs are there, and 40,000 is just for education domain. If you combine all the domains of, like, as you can see, GPT for diagram makers, right? GPT for content creation, content summarization, right? So a lot of options are there. So it's very, one can say, uh, um, I should say, underutilized, right? Aspect of Chat GPT, one can say. And personally, I like Chat GPT for this particular reason itself, because it provides a platform for creation as well as use of custom GPTs very smoothly, right? You can see the categories over here, right? If you are interested in image generation, then you can go for this Dell E. If you want to write something, right? Someone was asking about how to remove plagiarism and all those things, right? So then they can easily identify that this kind of stuff is there, right? Humanizer AI, right? And CV writer is also there, right? It's very good help it can provide to students, right? Cover letter writer, right? SEO, right? If you are having YouTube channel or blog websites, then how to manage keywords, right? Those kind of things are there. Diagrams, right? For flow charts and mind maps if you want to create, right? So if I even take 5 minutes for explaining one from each category, then also it will take a lot of time. So I'm just showcasing you the diverse range of GPTs, and this is just front page. So that means these are the ones which are, one can say, which are being utilized by many of the users. But these are not the only ones. There are many others, right? So if you go to education, then you will be able to see a lot of GPTs. Like, of course, mathematics is famous, so math solver is there. Then some Chinese GPT is there. We don't know, but people are using it. Academic Assistant Pro. This is also one nice GPT, I must say. I had used it a couple of times, but it's a very nice GPT, right? So you can see professional academic assistant with a professional touch. Okay. So as you can see, this kind of, I need to polish a thesis abstract, write a SCI paper about this, right? Could you rewrite this paragraph to be more concise? This kind of queries people ask, and people are very happy with this GPT, right? Because they have rated 4.3 out of 5 based on 25,000 plus ratings. And also one more thing, if you want to rate some GPT, then again you have to pay, right? So whatever ratings we are seeing, that is from paid users. But of course, people are using, not only paid users are using it, free people, in some sense one can say those who have not taken subscription, they can also utilize it, right? Very easily. So uh, so maybe I can share this is the most important link, one of the most important links from today's session. So I will share it one more time so that you can play with it. uh, just a second. It's taking slightly more time. Just a second. Hopefully I will be able to share it very soon. Okay, fine. Yes. Now I can paste it. All right. So now I guess you can explore on your own because I would like to cover the last aspect of my talk because we have around 40 more minutes. So I don't want to, again, if time permits, then we will come back to this and you will be able to kind of talk more about it. But for now, I have to unfortunately close this particular topic and talk about something else, which is nothing but how we can utilize again uh, ChatGPT and other things for research purpose. Okay, so I will start with we have talked a lot about ChatGPT. So let me kind of change the LLM. So what I'm going to do now is I will talk about nothing but let's say um, Gemini. So what I'm going to do now is let me go to uh, new kind of chat. So I can just click over here and it should start with uh, okay, so this is also taking some time. It's okay. Uh, Let me just refresh this. So again, our focus will be on research, how we can improve our research with the help of these tools. So I'm closing this for now. This also I can close. Okay, fine. Uh, I don't need this also. Okay, fine, fine. Okay. Okay. Meanwhile, I can open something else which is more required, relevant. Okay. Hopefully, you know about perplexity, right? It was covered in at least one session, I assume. Anyone can confirm? Yes or no? It was covered? Yes, good. Okay, fine. Okay, okay, fine, good, good. So, I will talk about how we can utilize it for research purpose. So that will be the focus. And same with other tools. But unfortunately, it's taking more time. Okay, so maybe I can start afresh. Let me close this. Okay. Okay, fine. So now, what I'm going to do now is why I'm preferring Gemini for this particular. Okay, I don't want this for now. Why I'm preferring Gemini for this particular task is especially its ability to do deep research very nicely, right? So that's the main thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I will again pick a topic, but I don't want to waste a lot of time, so I'm picking the topic by myself. I'm just saying AI for education in India developments. Okay, this is my topic. I will go to tools, and in tools, I will select the first tool, which is deep research. And then I will click on enter button. Okay, just a second. Sorry for okay. I hope I am audible. Can anyone confirm? Yes, thank you. So as you can see, what it's going to do is this is different, and why I like this particular feature of Gemini is, as you can see, it's going to give us one plan what it's going to do, right? First, it will do this step. Then it's going to do identify and research key startups and established companies in India in this particular domain, investigate government reports, including Ministry of Education or Niti Aayog, explore case studies or examples of various applications of AI in education, evaluate the primary challenges, synthesize recent news and developments, so on and so forth. So it's a very good thing that before even doing the research, it's giving us the steps. So what we can do is I can edit this plan also. So for example, if I want, I can just say that I can just say add one more section on developments slash use of custom GPTs in India, right? So depending upon the uh, your problem, you can. This is just for demonstration, right? That we can modify the research plan. We don't need to go with whatever AI is suggesting. If we don't want something, for example, I don't like this third point, I can remove it from my uh, workflow, right? So whatever we are going to select, only based on those things, the Gemini is going to do the research. So this is the important thing which people often don't do. They just go with whatever this Gemini is suggesting, right? So then let me click on start research. So again, the idea is in the deep research, it's going to provide us all the resources, right, from where it's going to fetch the data. So there won't be any issue of hallucination over here, right? So again, it's structuring, it's focusing, and it's planning, and all these websites are currently being kind of visited by Gemini while it's preparing this report. It may take some time, right? It's this is not fast thing, but this is kind of legitimate thing. There are many other one can say platforms which offer similar type of one can say deep research. But what I find that since again this is product of Google, and whatever kind of news or whatever insights we would like to have, that is again web based. So of course this is going to perform slightly better than others, right? That is my intuition. Of course you can check right with your problem. If you feel that other tools are doing better, then of course you can utilize them. But just sharing my personal opinion. I hope my voice is coming properly. Can anyone confirm? I can see this somehow. This
Yes, sir. Your voice is proper.
okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Maybe okay. So if required, I will change. Okay, but anyway, it's fine. So okay, so it has completed almost, I guess, around 66%, and soon we will be able to see the outcome. Right. So it's going on. Right. You can see all what it. So it has completed all these steps, right? So in normal Gemini also they have this particular feature of deep research, and it works fine for normal Gemini or Pro, that there is no difference. In Pro, there are some features which are additional, but as educators we don't need it, right? So it's fine. Means even if you have normal Gemini, it should work fine. For students, they can use it for free for 1 year. That is, especially for Indian student, there is one offer valid up to I guess September 15th. They can enroll for it using their educational email ID. They can get free access of uh, Gemini Pro for 1 year. That is there. Okay, just a second. Let me change this. Let me just close this because I feel that there is some kind of disturbance. Okay, am I audible? Can anyone confirm? I can see this green line, so hopefully I'm audible. Yes? Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so you can see the report is ready now, and you can see it's starting with executive summary, and then it's starting with introduction, what is market overview, growth trajectory, and market size, how it's increasing, right, year by year, uh, right, policy and societal impacts, right, applications, personalized learning, adaptive systems, right. You can see all these details, right. Again, Byju's teacher GPT is mentioned over here, right. So key players and developments, right. So all this ed tech companies are mentioned along with what's their focus and what features they are offering, right. So this was the section which I have kind of asked in the, what do you say, uh, research plan. So they have included it, right. And it's good that they have included this 5 lakh free GPT license thing to in this particular report, because this was announced on Monday, right, in OpenAI's first education summit, right, and I was present over there. So you can see that's the advantage of, and of course the director of IIT Madras was also there. So it's including all the recent details. That's the advantage of using this platform, as you can see. And along with this chat GPT Go announcement, which is also relatively new, right, where you get it's new pricing policy, but I guess in around 399 rupees, you get extended uh, functionalities of chat GPT. And then, of course, other aspects are mentioned, right, about custom GPTs and all, right. Next, government policies, how NEP 2020 promotes developments of AI based learning, right? All those things, critical challenges. So what I recommend, this report looks good, but as you can see, since number of sections are too many, we don't get kind of depth, right? So this is also one more recommendation of mine, that whenever you do this kind of research, deep research, make sure it's quite focused. So it's good to, this is one good example of what not to do. If you are putting too many sections, then depth will be missing. So it's better, because in some sense number of tokens will be fixed for this kind of response. And if you are asking too many things, then of course you will get shorter response for each subsection. So what you can do is you can just ask 3 to 4 problems which are extremely relevant to your problem, and just make it run on those modified research plan with only those 3 or 4 objectives. But the good thing about this is you can export this directly to your docs, or maybe you can copy the content, right. So of course this is quite heavy, so when you click on this export to docs, it may take some time, but eventually it will do it. So the entire report will be kind of copied into Google Docs. So I'm not sure how many of you were aware of this functionality of deep research earlier. Can anyone tell me that whether this was discussed earlier or not? I'm not sure, but since this particular topic is uh, the theme of this particular session is aligned with research, so therefore I am covering this. Okay, so it was not covered, so then it's good that you are learning something new. But this is the idea of how you should utilize the power of deep research. And of course the same, okay, not covered, I'm not sure, right? Someone is saying covered, someone is saying not covered. Okay, fine. uh, Anyways, whatever it is, even if it's covered, then it's a revision, it's good for you. But what I am suggesting over here is that whatever you are generating over here, you can export it to docs. That's one powerful thing you can do, and one nice integration, one can say. And you can also follow up, that not necessarily that every time whatever is given you are happy with it. You can modify your plan over here, and you can interact one more time, and then the response will be different, right, based on your insights, right, whatever, or based on your interactions. If you observe something that this was missing, you can tell it to include it in the next iteration. So that you can anyway do. Fine. Next thing I was talking about is perplexity. So similar to uh, what do you say, your Gemini, in perplexity also, I guess in free version the number of deep research are kind of limited. It's not more than I guess 3 or 5, but still you can utilize the similar feature in perplexity also. So there also you will get kind of detailed response with respect to the topic. But I feel the response length in the case of perplexity is roughly, I guess, I can say 33% of what Gemini is giving. So the response will be quite shorter, but of course it will be rich. Matlab, whatever we are going to get, it will be sensible. It won't be garbage. Hallucination will be less. So for research purpose, if you are using these tools, then my recommendation is always go for this deep research mode, because in deep research mode, it's designed itself for research purpose. So it will be more legitimate, and chances of hallucination will be less. And of course, you can anyway verify that whether whatever you are getting, it's okay. So finally it was opened and I refreshed it once more. Anyways, okay, fine. So you can see this middle button is for deep research mode. So if I click on it, then the deep research mode is on, and then I can also control from where I am going to kind of uh, whether I'm allowing resources from web or not, right? All those things I can control by clicking on this word icon, right? So it will be talking about mainly about resources. So as you can see, I should turn on this academic mode on. I can turn web, okay. Social is not required because this will include discussions on Reddit and all. So if I want to know more about some reviews of a product, or if I'm going to launch something new, then I will be more interested about discussions or opinions. But for my work, web and academic, these two are sufficient. And then I can talk about, I can just give uh, uh, any topic which I would like to do this kind of deep research, right? So again, maybe I will just say machine learning on graphs, uh, um, applications in, let's say, some entirely new domain, let's say face or maybe image processing, right? Image processing will be broader. Okay. So, right. So I should say applications first, applications of this. Okay. Let's say, fine. So again, deep research. So I don't need to follow create framework, because deep research is designed for research. So it will anyway assume a role of good researcher, and it will properly kind of thoroughly do first identify the relevant resources, and then uh, kind of fetch important papers from those resources or important web pages from those resources, and generate a kind of summary document based on all those material. So if you want very quick result, then you can click on this particular button, but then of course the quality of the response will be compromised. And the good part is it's also showcasing us estimated time, right? How much time is required for completion of this report, which is good in some sense, right? But usually it takes less than what is proposed, which is good. And as you can see, based on 117 sources, it has generated this response. So this is also a very good way of kind of verifying something, right? What are the recent developments of on a particular topic or a particular field? Or if you want to do for literature review, of course, I have mentioned other tools and they are good, but this is just for kind of quick research, one can say. Because if you compare time of this Gemini with the time of this Perplexity for this similar task, then of course the response length is less over here, but the responses quality is of course good, right? As you can see, it's covering all the important aspects which are required if someone wants to work in this particular domain, right? object detection and scene understanding, how people are using concept of graph neural network in this domain, right? Again, image segmentation, how these two fields are interrelated, right? And so on and so forth. So as you can see, it's good because it's focusing on some specific applications of image processing, and I'm good with, let's say, graph neural network. I would like to explore more in image recognition, so how, or image processing, how I can move forward. So it's also giving towards the end challenges and consideration. So this is also one nice mechanism. And good thing about this is you can also export your result in terms of doc file, let's say. So then one document will be created, and then you can utilize it for whatever purpose you want, right? So that is there. Some rewrite option is there. I'm not sure how it works, but it's there, so you can play with it. So once it's downloaded, I will showcase it to you. So this is there, right? So as you can see, it's completed, almost completed. Right? So it will be opened very soon. So hopefully you appreciate, means I'm not sure, maybe you already aware, but still it may be the case that you will be able to know one or two small things which were not discussed earlier. But the key thing is you have to ensure that the web button is on and social button is off. Otherwise you will get your answer will be kind of being one can say utilized by one can say in some, okay, some issues are there. Okay, let's wait for a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, let me talk about some other. Otherwise, what will happen if you turn on your social button on, then the responses will be influenced by opinion of people, and then hallucination will come. Right? Hallucination will come when model is kind of being trained on users' data, users' opinion. But we want some specific, then you can just turn on academic mode only. So then whatever people are saying academically in terms of research papers, only those things will be considered in the responses. So which is a very nice way of kind of managing the responses, right? So which is good. So as you can see, this is the response in terms of Word document. This is how it looks, right? And this is not too small. As you can see, it's around 11 pages, and number of words including references is around 1324. So it's roughly around 1000 words of report. Doesn't look like proper report of Gemini, but still it's mainly for, I guess, getting some key insights about the topic, not for too much depth, of course. So depending upon your use case, you can decide which one to use. But in the case of Perplexity, the model is different, right? So the idea is first it searches for the corresponding references or maybe pages, web pages, or research papers, and then it applies LLM on top of it. So therefore, whatever we are going to get, that will be legitimate, right? It won't be completely random. It will be either based on users' opinions or web pages or research papers only, right? So that is more sensible, right, as compared to some garbage which is generated, right? So that is it. Fine. Now the next one is, of course, ChatGPT also provides deep research, but I guess number of deep research will be very limited in the case of free version. Maybe I will just quickly check the pricing policy so that we can see the difference between free version and maybe pro version in terms of deep research. But okay, so let's see. Okay, so if I click on upgrade plan, then maybe they will showcase what are the options over there with respect to deep research, particularly if we can show. Okay, so they are not showcasing the free plan, but in this plan they are showcasing that $4 per month. Then you are going to get this limited deep research is there. Okay. So that means I can see custom GPTs over here also. So that means you can create custom GPT with Go plan also. as per this, right? As per my understanding, because both are same, right? Project, task, custom GPT, it's there in both the cases. Okay. Or maybe what I can do, I can open this free version of mine from some other account just to check whether deep research is available or not. But maybe you can check very quickly and let me know whether it's there or not. But in any case, let me just showcase it, because for the sake of completion, we have talked about other two uh, uh, tools. So it's better that I also mention how deep research works in the case of ChatGPT also. And of course, you can here also there is one option of source. So now recently they have included this thing also. You can also include some, let's say you have uploaded something on your drive, then you can related to research, then you can include that thing also. And I can turn on off this web search if I want, just based on some research paper only. But it's okay, means for now I can just make it keep it on, and then I straight away I can just mention about some topic, right? I can just say you can mention some domain, application of AI tools in domain of, what should I mention? Any suggestion? Okay, so then maybe I will just go for okay, agriculture, right? And it's fine. Let's see. So this is also good, because instead of giving plan, it's asking questions so that my plan works properly. This is also a good way of refining the plan, because it will focus on the topics which I'm going to mention. So for example, let's say I will just say crop monitoring. That is my focus. Just focus on India and China, let's say. Uh, Target audience, let's say researchers, of course. Let's say we want to do research, and this is kind of report. I would prefer to have it as a report, right? So again, these questions are trying to make sure that research looks proper, means the plan is aligned with what I want. So that is good. uh, okay, so again, this will take some time, and I feel this will take slightly more time even as compared to Gemini. The deep research in Chat GPT is slightly towards lower side, but uh, hopefully you will be able to see the response very soon, and we'll be able to compare. So that was the objective. Meanwhile, you can ask your question by the time the report is being generated. You can ask your question, whatever questions you have from the both the sessions of today as well as from the uh, sessions of 19th of August. So you can see, right, simultaneously it's also showcasing its thinking, right? Because I also included China, so it's slightly challenging for it, because it has to also kind of uh, get insights related to China and then compare and then come up with the entire report with unified perspective in some sense. Right, so it's also prioritizing the sources, right, from where it's going to capture the reports and research papers in some sense. Okay, so we can see that this is also progressing, and simultaneously the number of sources will increase as time progresses. Okay, so it's visiting relevant websites. indiaai.gov makes sense. Similarly, soon we will be able to see some Chinese website over here also, because it has to compare with works of China in some sense. So you can see some things are appearing. Press release outlines of use of AI and IoT in agriculture, including the Kisane Mitra chatbot. Drone adoption, right? This is good. So now it's speeding up, as you can see. Sources are increasing. So again, this is the claim. Okay, let's see. So maybe what you should do ideally is you can give this kind of prompt, and then you should ideally kind of continuing with your other work, and then you can come back and check the result. And many of the kind of LLMs, including Perplexity, they also give email notification once your kind of task is task is completed, and then you will be able to revisit it, including answerthis.io, as per my knowledge. So roughly we are in the middle. So meanwhile, you can unmute yourself and ask questions if you have any, because we are towards the end of the session.
So dear participants, we have allowed all the participants to unmute themselves. So in case if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and kindly ask your query with from the expert.
Okay, so I'm stopping my screen sharing because currently it's trying to generate the response, and I will share it once again once once the report is ready. Meanwhile, you can unmute yourself and ask questions if you have any.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what all tools you have. Like, suppose you are doing some recording of some person doing some activity, and I want to, I mean, find out the measures of, the person's stature and various different parameters related to anthropometry. So, what
Okay.
do I have in AI to deal with that easily?
Um, so this is towards more, I can say, development side. There are many, so it's like there are many tools or which companies are offering customized tools where, like for example, even someone is driving, whether he or she is awake or not, or whether his posture is correct or not, or whether he or she is focused or not. So this is similar to that, like you want to track some kind of activity of your students. But as per my knowledge, means there are tools, but not freely available. Right, we have to pay some amount for sure if you want to utilize those kind of activity. With respect to video, of course, I can tell you means what you can have is means what I am doing. For example, I utilize the power of Chat GPT because I can do video call with ChatGPT literally, and then I can ask ChatGPT will be able to see my screen or my face, right, depending upon where I put my camera. So I do yoga many times with ChatGPT because the ChatGPT will monitor whether I am doing it correctly or not, right? And then it will instruct me if I am doing something wrong or like that. So so that is one thing, right? But again, this is not available in the free plan. It's there in Plus, and that too for around 15 minutes per day, right? So it's a very limited thing. Of course, Google is providing for more time, so you can check for those things. So that is it. For example, if you record a small video of your home where that things are here and there, and then if you ask it to where is my key, can you tell me? So then it will help you with that. So those kind of things are there with general purpose LLM, uh, like Chat GPT and Gemini, but I'm not sure about, means I have to check for specialized tools for the purpose which you are mentioning.
Sir, I have a query, sir.
Sure.
Sir, the thing is like when we are doing it, AI content is 67%, but it is showing like that 67%. But alternative we have used, it is 67. But the other case, when we are checking plagiarism, it is coming 1.1%. So what is the difference of these two, sir? Is it is acceptable limit or we have to do something for this?
So you are talking about Turnitin or some other platform?
So we have done it through Turnitin. So the plagiarism is 1.1 only.
Okay.
But the AI content, it is showing 67. Even if we have written on humanized, the data interpretation and all, still it is showing like 67%.
Okay. Okay.
So we got confused what to do now.
Sure. Okay. I will answer to this. So meanwhile, I am also sharing a couple of links of some of the videos from, of course, my channel, in case if you want to revisit. With respect to your query, the first thing is why sometimes what we are writing it ethically. Still, the model is or maybe the tool which we are going to use, it's saying us that it's generated by AI. So the idea is our writing is being influenced by what we are reading. And nowadays we spend a lot of times. How many of us are writing or reading technical books, right? Or maybe books or
It's
maybe
very
research
rare, sir.
papers.
We are just reading only the content,
Right.
like what we are
So,
getting as a bibliometric.
so
That's
we
it.
are being influenced by the language of LLMs. So if I'm reading, if I'm there is saying, right, in Hindi or in any of the language, right, if you spend more time with a particular person, right, then you will become like him or her after some days or years. So and now we are spending a lot of time with Chat GPT or Gemini or other LLMs, and they are kind of probability based models, right? Stochastic models. So they work on kind of sequence of words. What's the probability that this sequence of words are appearing too many times in the literature, on the web, or maybe on research papers? And if they are occurring frequently together, then uh, the detection tool will mark it as nothing but AI generated, because the generation tool is generating similarly. Hopefully you are understanding what I'm trying to say, that the words, sequence of words which are appearing together in the literature, right, or in the existing web or research papers, then AI is built upon them, right? It is being trained upon those tools only, based on those resources only, right? So that means detector will try to detect it. So it will again work similarly. It will try to identify the probability that what's the likelihood that this sequence of words are going to appear together, right? So if you are using the same sequence in your language, then it's going to flag the content as AI generated. That's the issue. So now, first thing what you should do is try to read from try to use your own language. You should have your own tone in your write-up. That's the first thing, because then only you will be able to differentiate, or the detector will be able to differentiate that it is generated by human, not by AI. That's the first thing. Have your own tone, some personalization. And if you feel that it's already personalized, let's say you have written ethically, but still it's showing you that it is generated by AI, then what I recommend that change at least one sentence per paragraph, because what it will do, even if it is generated by AI, let's say if you put three or four statements are generated by AI, and in between if you are putting something which is generated by you, then it's very likely that model will fail. So I'm not giving you tricks, but this is how the models are working as per my knowledge, the detectors. So if you are doing something ethically, then you don't need to worry. Just try to work on your tone and words so that it doesn't look like it's generated by AI.
Good evening, Dr. Mahibal.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Yeah, this is a question on over-reliance and skill atrophy. Last few days you've been attending this, I'm trying to learn, and you were able to throw light upon various tools and how best we can use them in leveraging and in teaching, learning, all that. Now, I have a question. See, as these tools become truly indispensable, that's what I understand. What do you see as the biggest risk of over-reliance? Is there a
Of course,
danger that we might lose critical thinking skills or domain expertise by outsourcing or the
like
kind of
sir. Yes, yes,
yes?
yes.
So
It's
how to
a
guard against that?
again, we have to use it very responsibly, right? And it's for enhancement, not for replacement, because most of the times people are thinking that AI is there and it will do everything for you. It's not like that. Means one should not use it like that. What I feel that if you have something of repetitive nature and it's of boring, doing that task doesn't add any skill to you, then you can give that particular task to AI. For example, let's say I attendance analysis or marks analysis, or based on placement of my institute, I need to come up with some kind of guidelines, right? Those kind of things I can take ideas from AI, right? Because I don't I would like to spend more time on kind of creating new ideas with respect to my teaching and research. So it's about if you are doing, let's say, 100 tasks in a day, try to identify 20 repetitive tasks which are of no value to you with respect to your skill enhancements or advancements of your teaching, learning, or research, and give those 20 tasks to AI. That's how I use it personally, AI, not for kind of outsourcing critical thinking or important stuff like research. Even I don't use it for literature review. This is just for demonstrated. Means this all these things are available. Personally, I prefer to do it by myself, because then only we'll be able to kind of enhance our learning, right? So that's it. Of course, you can use it for summarization, or maybe let's say some state of the art things I would like to know about, and I don't have much time, so I want some quick summary of it. Then of course I can use tools like Notebook LM, where I can upload recent YouTube videos or maybe newsletters, and it will summarize all the things from it. But those things are those things are not knowledge, they are just information. So what is my ultimate recommendation is use it for information. For knowledge generation or knowledge creation, use your own mind and your own sensibility and skills.
Thank you so much. One more question, if you could allow me to ask,
Yeah,
please.
sure, sure,
Yeah,
sure,
thank you.
sure.
This on the next wave of tools, like looking 3 to 5 years into the future, what emerging AI capabilities do you foresee that might make even the kind of indispensable tools of today to be to seem basic? And how, what should we be keeping an eye on to stay ahead of the curve? So, is there any recommendation by your side?
Like again, it's very much difficult to predict. Like if you see
Yeah.
just last 2 years, right, we feel that we have got developments of 20 years in just last 2 years, right? Even,
Okay.
means even if you see today, then like most of us, even we are spending a lot of time with respect to this AI in research and
Okay.
or in some kind of training also. But still no one is kind of fully aware of AI capabilities. Just like human brain, right? Human brain has immense capabilities, but still we are not utilizing it fully. The same goes with AI. So what I can sense is important skills will remain related to critical thinking, and also interdisciplinary skills will be encouraged more, or will be valued more in future. Because now with AI, the biggest advantage or disadvantage one can say is there is no barrier with respect to idea generation and product creation. The gap is becoming
Wonderful. Yes,
narrow and
yes.
narrow, right? So the only people who can identify kind of new problems which are actually means new requirements which is there because of AI tools also, and otherwise also in some
Okay.
other domains, not just related to the domain in which we are working. If you can identify those requirements quickly and fill that particular gap, then you will be appreciated a lot. That's what I
Wow,
feel.
wow, wow.
And so that is the primary thing I can say. And apart from that, again, for teachers also, things are becoming slightly, one can say, if you look notebook LM, that of course the audio generation capabilities. Not only that, I wanted to also highlight that in between also you can ask question to that particular podcast. You can actually pause it and ask question. I'm not sure how many of you have tried it, but that is also there. So that means the in terms of abilities, right? That things are changing very rapidly with respect to education domain also. But still some things are there which only human can do, right? For example, as a teacher, I feel there are three stages. First is to know the topic, the second thing is to know your audience, and third thing is to bridge that particular gap. And along with bridging that particular gap, some kind of one can say, I feel that only good humans can become good teachers, right? So with our delivery, there is one intention of something good, right? We want betterment of our students. There is kindness associated with it, right? We feel that we are privileged that we are teachers. We want we are completely unselfish. All those things can't be kind of incorporated in AI by any means. I don't see that that can be possible in even 50 years, right? So that way, some things will remain unique for sure.
With regard to the last thing that you said, that teachers cannot be replaced by AI,
No, I'm
I
not
have a
saying. I'm
strong.
not. I'm not saying all teachers. I have mentioned three
Okay, I
qualities.
understand. I
So
understand. I
so
understand.
those
No,
who
no.
can do
Coming to
all
the
these
last
things.
part, which is the empathy, I
Yes.
understand that with super intelligence, embedding empathy, would
Uh,
that make it possible? Maybe. Thank you, sir. That
Maybe.
was a
That,
splendid
yes.
thing.
Yes.
Yeah, stellar
Yeah.
presentation. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we come to an end of the technical sessions, and we will start with the valedictory session with your permission. So shall we start?
Sure. You can start, and I will just share my LinkedIn ID. So in case if they have other questions, I can see a couple of questions are pending, but we can discuss them afterwards. Right? They can contact me afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahipal Jadeja, sir. So, dear participants, we have come to an end of this program. So, on behalf of entire team of E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati, I welcome you all in this final valedictory session of the ongoing 2-week online joint faculty development program on AI for teaching and learning, which was conducted from 18th August to 29th August. So this is the final valedictory session. So in this valedictory session, we have our honorable speakers joined with us. We have Dr. Hanuman Singh Shekhawat sir from IIT Guwahati. We have Professor Praveen Kumar Padhya sir from IIT Jabalpur. We have with us Mr. ARKS Srinivas sir from IIT Kanpur, and all our dear participants. So first of all, I would request Dr. Hanuman Singh Shekhawat sir, the principal coordinator of the course and also associate professor, Department of Electronics and Electrical Engineering, IIT Guwahati, to kindly address all the participants in this final valedictory session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Aditi. So first, I would like to thanks all EICT member and all coordinators, Dr. Bhargav, Dr. Padi, Dr. Sahana, Professor Singh, and Srinivas ji from IIT Kanpur. So this is a really successful successful. I can see lot of people. In fact, more than 1,600 people participated in this one, and thanks to all spoke centers also. This is a very important topic, which I believe, and I think I was fortunate enough to hear Dr. Jadeja in the last moment. But I really appreciate, means what he was teaching is really one of the great thing I have heard, means let's say in last few weeks. It's really very nice to hear you, Dr. Jadeja. Personally, I will like to meet him, but this is very important. The topic is really very important in the sense that AI is important for our education. There was a question that whether it will replace teachers. Surely, as Jadeja sir said, if we are just involved in this traditional teaching, then there is a huge chance. But if we monitor students where we can use our AI to help student, or let's say more personalized kind of teaching, then there is a chance that teacher will have a relevance even in the future, in the age of AI. Another thing is yeah, means this is always a debate that how much we should use and how much we should not use. That I think Jadeja sir has summarized it very well. I believe all of you have learned from our all uh, distinguished lectures and speakers here. And once again, thanks to all who worked hard for this success of this particular course, AI for teaching. And okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your motivational words. So next, I would like to request Professor Praveen Kumar Padhya, sir, Joint Coordinator from E&ICT Academy, IITDM Jabalpur, and Professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, IITDM Jabalpur, to kindly address the participants in this final valedictory session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Respected dignitaries and coordinators, distinguished experts, and dear participants. Good evening, everyone. So, already we know in the last 2 weeks, we have engaged particularly in a transformative journey, basically. That is already you know that is the understanding of AI and how it can be thoughtfully and effectively integrated into our teaching and learning. Actually, it is very interesting, and this program is truly comprehensive knowledge, and it will be definitely it is useful for our future education. The great thing that we observed here also, more than 1,600 participants that will be registered in this impactful program, that is actually really required for our future progress. So again, we are fortunate to have our eminent experts from different institutes whose experience are also that is very inspiring. Their sessions are approachable and also that is impactful for our participants. Thanks to every speakers for your fruitful time with us. Let's carry forward this knowledge, basically what we have gained during last 2 weeks, and apply it in our teaching and learning. And these AI tools definitely enhance our teaching methodology, and also it will improve our students outcome definitely. One thing I want to emphasize also here, the planning and also the coordination of this program, that was marvelous. Every session, every communication, and every resources were thoughtfully arranged and also communicated to everyone. We truly appreciate the efforts by the organizing team. So I hope all will enjoy and you will use in your future progress this AI in teaching and learning. So finally, thank you once again to everyone for your success of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your motivational words. So next, I would request Mr. ARKS Srinivas, sir, Joint Coordinator from E&ICT Academy, IIT Kanpur, and CEO, Foundation for Advanced Continuing Education and Training, IIT Kanpur, to kindly address the participants in this final valedictory session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aditi, and a very warm congratulations to E&ICT Academy Guwahati to doing a fantastic FDP, along with, of course, the entire dignitaries of other EICT academies and teachers and resource persons. Now, I have only one thing to say. Like Dr. Padi has just now said, that 1,600 of participants were there in this particular FDP. But if you look at higher education, we are talking about close to 16 lakh teachers, faculty and teachers in overall higher education in India alone, which means around only 0.001% of you are here. So one of the other things that I think both the government of India, the MIT and EICT academies, all of us would like to do is not only that you will try to incorporate certain learnings that have happened over the last couple of weeks, but also take it to all your other faculty members, your colleagues, and probably to places where I think we have not been able to reach, so that this entire learning is not just only for an FDP or a 2-week learning for a set of 1,600 people, but it can get really, really expanded to many, many more people. And if India has to be a AI power and economic power, I think you are going to be very, very important in that. I think we are trying our level best, and we would like to do these kind of programs along with other E and ICT academies. And thank you for also being a part of this. And we will see you in many more programs in this year itself. Thank you so much, Aditi ji, once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your motivational words. So now we would request all the participants, our dear participants, to kindly let us know a verbal feedback from your end, and also let us know the scope of improvement which we can implement in our programs for the future organization of such big programs on such a big platform. So, dear participants, the platform is open to you all. You can unmute yourself and let us know the scope of improvements which can be done in this sort of programs. So over to you all. So in case if you want to interact, all the participants are unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Nisi from Lady Doe College, and I'm glad to share my feedback on the faculty development program on AI for teaching and learning that was IIT Guwahati for the past 2 weeks. And I were exposed to a wide range of AI tools. Some of these were very new to us, and others we had new usages were informed to us in a more practical way. Notebook LM was very interesting because it large amounts of information like documents and research papers in a more organized manner. And another tool that stood out was ScienceSpace, and I like the way it feel less intimidating. And I saw this as a potential tool that students as well. And again, talking about Gemini, GitHub, and all, we also got to know about Canva and turn of it. And one point that came up FDP was the importance of policies on AI usage. And I also completely these tools are very powerful, but we have to. And I'm thankful to IIT giving us an overview of all these tools. At the same time, I should also mention that I felt a few sessions kind of overlapped, and these tools are really useful, but covered the similar ground, and maybe more case studies like subject-specific examples richer the stream that I belong to. And participants could have also shared the chat AI in real classrooms. It could have made it even richer. So I found the program starting point. It gave us a sense of possible research and also reminded us not a magical solution but a support system. Takeaway is that AI can help us save time and even spark creativity, and the real heart of teaching said just now, the real heart of teaching still lies in human connection. Never replace good teachers, and we have to be good human beings in the first place, and our ability to inspire students and guide them is knowledge. So AI can assist, it cannot be. We have, we are called to become better. To Lady Do College for giving us opportunity, to the CIT team that has been very supportive, giving us support in terms regularly so that we could attend this FDP. IIT Guwahati and Lady Do College.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable feedback. So next, I would request Rashmi, ma'am, you have raised your hand. You can unmute yourself and please let us know your feedback regarding our program. Over to you, Rashmi, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So I am Rashmi Pillai and I'm not from any institute or university. I'm actually from Johnson & Johnson. I'm working professional. And I'm very glad to share with the team over here that when I was searching ChatGPT for any AI related courses, that is how I landed up getting registered to this course. And I have spent fabulous 10 days with all of y'all. It was a very great journey that I have, passed through this 10 days. I have kept my calendar blocked for the second half of the day, continuously intimating my boss that I am undertaking this training. So this was a very humbling experience for me to know where we are heading with the AI and the advancement that everybody here in the group was sharing. That was one thing. And as a feedback, I don't know, this is the first time that I am attending such a kind of workshop. I agree there was a certain overlap, but that I take back as a revision also, because attending something for one time may not be able to gather so much of information. But reiterating something is something that will keep us remember what we studied or learned. And one more thing is, I am a part of commercial education team where I am a person who is taking part in adult teaching. So this is one thing which was very interesting for me also to learn from this course. Last thing, when I'm leaving the floor, I would like to say that it would be great if industry and IITians can collaborate and participate. If I was never to know about this course, I would have really missed a great opportunity. So here again, I'll thank all of you all for this great learning experience that I had. Thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable feedback. So now I request Sarita Pedi, ma'am, to kindly share your feedback with us. You have raised your hand in the session. Sarita Pedi, ma'am, over to you. You're not audible, ma'am.
आपने कुछ नहीं बोलना.
Yeah, Sachin Kashyap, sir. Yeah, Sachin Kashyap, sir. We can hear you. Okay, anybody else in the meeting, you can unmute yourself because we have allowed the participants to unmute.
Good evening.
And yeah.
Good evening, everybody. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Vinolan from Lady Do College, Madurai. And I would like to thank the dear organizers for all your efforts for the smooth execution of every event. And I would like to say that each and every session throughout all these 10 days has been very inspiring. And it has shown that AI tools are just a means to amplify our human creativity and ingenuity and not against them. And be it in research or handling class activities, Though few tools were already known to us, the way of handling them and more better options to get a desired outcome was indeed an eye opener for us. And I'm truly thankful to the resource person for every one of them were very humble and kind, and they clarified their doubts with much clarity. And I'm grateful for all the hands-on session. This made understanding of the AI tools very simple, easier, and more practical. I would like to just add that if the content delivered was more based on subject specific, like for example mathematics or physics, then it would be more helpful. But otherwise, on the whole, it's been hugely beneficial and true eye opener to every one of us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So next, we would like to request Priyanka ma'am to please speak in the meeting. An unmute request has been provided. Priyanka ma'am, you can unmute and give your valuable feedback. Okay. Next. Lakshmi Revati ma'am, you can speak.
Hello. Wait a minute, ma'am. Am I audible?
Priyanka ma'am. Priyanka ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
First of all, good evening to all. I'm Dr. Priyanka from Government College, Chadla, Punjab. Basically, I'm from Punjab, ma'am. I am glad to share this that during this FDP, I learned 2 or 3 tools, majorly 2 or 3 tools that I applied during this course in my classrooms also. And some of the tools I know earlier, but definitely the FDP enhanced the skills of mine in that particular tools. And I would like if this kind of session will be conducted in future in offline mode. Because in online, there is some kind of distraction is always there because sometimes net is not working, voice is not audible, and sometimes I can say the technical glitch is there. From our side, maybe. So if this is possible, overall the FDP was very good, especially the hands-on session. Everything was there in the practical mode, so that we learn a good amount of knowledge from this, and also we explore some of the things on some other extents. So thank you so much for this FDP, and if in future I would request you to conduct this kind of FDP in offline mode. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Priyanka ma'am. So we are very happy to organize courses in offline mode also. In that case, you can let us know in an email. We will surely respond to it. Thank you. So next, we would like to request Shambhu Kumar Jha sir to kindly give your valuable feedback. This would be the last from the participant end. However, we have also circulated a feedback form to all the participants where you can provide your written feedback so that we can filter out all the scope of improvements from there and apply it in our future courses. So Shambhu Kumar Jha sir, over to you.
Yeah, good evening to all. Myself, Dr. Shambhu Kumar Jha from Galgotia University, Greater Noida. And I can say that it was really a very wonderful experience to participate in this FDP. And I can definitely say all the content of the FDP was very meticulously planned, and it was very well presented by all the great speakers. And I can say hand useful, and which were demonstrated by the different great speaker. And after participating in this FDP, I can say I can use these tools more effectively, basically like Copilot or Chat GPT and many other tools for very useful for research and development. So my thanks to all the great speaker. That's it, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable feedback. Last but not the least, we would like to request Dr. Mahipal Jadeja, sir, one of our esteemed speaker of this course, to kindly address the participants in this final valedictory session. Mahipal Jadeja, sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm here. Hopefully, I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
So thank you so much for inviting me, and I can sense that all the participants have learned a lot of things from this particular FDP. So what is my request is, learning is one thing, but it will be kind of forgotten after some time if you don't apply it. So even if you can apply, let's say 50% of whatever you have learned, then it will be a huge success. So you can always revisit. The recordings are available, right? IIT Guwahati is kind enough to keep the recordings available for some more time, so you can revisit the sessions if required. And you can just have a list of tools which you feel that these tools will be helpful to you, and you can kind of use them regularly, so that you can come up with some nice use cases. And this is one more direction. You can combine the response of, let's say, tool 1 with tool 2 and come up with something unique. So endless possibilities are there. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your final motivational words. So with this, we come to an end of this valedictory session, which was the final session of this online faculty development program on AI for teaching and learning. So on behalf of entire team of ICT Academy, I would like to thank Dr. Hanuman Singh Shekhawat, sir, from IIT Guwahati, Professor Praveen Kumar Padhya, sir, from IITDM Jabalpur, Mr. ARKS Srinivas, sir, from IIT Kanpur, and Dr. Mahipal Jadeja, sir, from MNIT Jaipur, for coming on this platform in this final valedictory session and motivating us and addressing all the participants in this final valedictory session. Last but not the least, we would also like to thank all the participants for being so cooperative for the last 10 days of this program and helping us to complete the entire program successfully. We would also like to thank all the ICT academies at various institutes for their cooperation in this program. Last, we would like to announce that the total registered participants in this program was 1,644, out of which 906 participants were from IIT Guwahati and their respective spoke centers. 85 participants were from MNIT Jaipur. 372 participants from IIT Kanpur, 222 participants from IITDM Jabalpur, and 59 participants from NIT Patna. So we would like to thank all the ICT academies for their cooperation in this entire program and providing us such a huge crowd for delivering our course. Last but not the least, we would also like to thank all the coordinators from the 12 spoke centers of IIT Guwahati for coming up on this platform, giving us participants and training them for this entire duration of the program. So last, we would like to also announce some points regarding the course. So day 10 attendance, that is today's attendance, will be updated on 1st of September, and provided to the eligible candidates, which will be announced on 1st September only. And by 2nd of September, you will get all these certificates through a Google Drive link. The Google Drive link will be shared in the Google Drive, which is being used for all the course material. So the same Google Drive will be used to distribute the certificates also. So we request all the participants to please be active till 2nd of September in the WhatsApp and Telegram group also. So dear participants, if you have any queries regarding your attendance till date, then please let us know in the email ID which we have provided. So the queries will be entertained till 30th of August. After 30th of August, we need some time for preparing the certificates. So we request all the participants to please provide your queries till 30th only. However, the MCQ links are already active. You can provide your answers over there. However, this link will be deactivated on 30th itself, so that we can get some time for preparation of the certificates. So that's it from our end. At the end, we would like to request all the participants to please turn on your webcam if possible, so that we can have a final group photo of this program. So this was an online program, so many of we were not able to view many of the participants. So in this final valedictory session, we would like to have a group photo. For that, we request all the participants to please turn on their videos. Thank you, Hanuman Singh, sir. Thank you, dear participants. The photo is clicked, and once again, we would like to thank all the participants for being so cooperative for the entire 10 days. We know there was a lot of formalities in this program, but you people have like cooperated a lot for completing the entire course successfully. Thank you all. Thank you. Dear participants, you can log out from this link. The link will be deactivated in another 2 minutes. Thank you all.
Oh, hello.
Good
Hello,
evening, ma'am. Good
ma'am.
evening,
Can
ma'am.
you share the feedback link, ma'am, please?
Hello.
Yeah, feedback link is
team.
already provided in the Google Drive, ma'am. Okay,
Okay,
I'm
ma'am. Thank you.
providing you
Thank you, sir.
again. I'm providing you again in the chat box section. So over here, you can provide your written feedback so that we can use it in our future courses. Yeah, we have posted you the link.
Good
Yes,
evening,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Good
Ma'am,
evening.
what about
Good evening.
MCQ link? Like you were sharing, like ki MCQ link already been shared. So that was shared last week. So this week also you have you shared on WhatsApp?
No, the same link is there. Only the responses have been made active. The same link is there.
Okay, okay, fine.
Excuse
If
me, ma'am.
somebody has
Good
completed
evening,
that,
ma'am. Good
there
evening,
is no
ma'am.
need to do it
Ma'am, I have
again
a
now.
request.
No.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening,
Yes.
ma'am. I have a request.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I am from Kashmir. During this program, there were floods for 3
Okay,
days.
sir. Attendance related queries we will address in the Gmail. Okay, you can drop an email. Attendance and MCQ related queries we will let you know. Okay, in the if you provide us an email. Yeah. Please make sure that the emails are provided on the correct email ID. I'm posting the email ID again, and we are very much active and we are trying our best to respond each and every emails. Yes. Yes, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, hello.
Ma'am, I have a query. Like you have said that some of the details will
Hello,
be shared
ma'am.
on WhatsApp
Hello.
group and Telegram group.
For today. Hello.
Yeah, please, one by one, please.
Hello,
Ma'am,
ma'am. You have
there
said that you will be sharing some of the details on WhatsApp group.
Yeah, WhatsApp and Telegram group.
But,
okay.
Ma'am, but we are not added on that group. Like I have not found the link to join the WhatsApp group.
Yeah,
This is what I earlier also informed.
eligible candidates, those who are eligible for the certificates, they will get an email. Okay, only
Fine, ma'am. So no issue that
certificates.
if we are not the part of WhatsApp group.
Yeah, the eligible candidates will get an email.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll be getting an email, but I'm saying that there is no issue if we are not the part of that WhatsApp group.
No issues. WhatsApp and Telegram is your choice. If you are comfortable joining a group, you can join. However, for attendance only, for a certificate only attendance will be considered.
You'll be communicating with us with the help of that only, like from email.
Yeah.
Okay. And ma'am, second thing is that you have given only 2 MCQs, right? On 2 different days.
Yeah. 2 MCQs. Yes.
There is no third MCQ. Like you were talking about some MCQ right now. So you are talking about the earlier one.
Yeah, earlier one only. The MCQ links are active. If you are if you have not done, you can provide.
We have done it. We have done it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So, dear participants, with this we come to an end of this FDP. We request all the participants to please disconnect from the meeting link. The meeting link will be deactivated in another 2 minutes. Thank you all. The certificates will, the mail will be provided for the eligible candidates only on 2nd of September. Okay, for the release of participation certificates. The eligibility will be announced in the attendance sheet itself. So we request all the participants to please follow the attendance sheet. Day 10 attendance will be provided on 1st of September, and the eligibility will also be provided on 1st of September. Thank you. Thank you, dear participants. Thank you all.